All right, so we'll make a turn on it. A couple things came up, and I was like, okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get to this administrative law justice system that we've been dealing with. I have a few videos that I'm going to be playing on the people be trying to, my natural man. That's why I got a full head of hair. So what we're going to do is we're going to get into this administrative law justice and the connection, what we have with what's going on, Mulatto. What was actually taking place within the government right now. They have a lot of back and forth happening, and a lot of these elected officials have gotten real sloppy and forgot what their duties are, their duties and their responsibility. And let me pull up fiduciary responsibility while I'm talking about that. And when you're dealing with these type of situations, they can't get out of it now. In other words, cooked food, right? They had opportunity. So either one of three things is going to happen. They're going to go down with the ship. They will go to prison for the rest of their life, or get the firing squad, or the gallows, or they're going to sing like a bird. And not everything what you see is what it is in reality. So don't get too engulfed in that. I'm a serious man, very serious. I don't play about nothing. And I don't speak unless spoken to. And I don't talk about nothing that I know nothing about. In other words, I don't gossip. The other thing is that
I've been studying and watching this stuff for a long time. When I say a long time, I'm talking about 30 years. We're talking about the 90s, even prior to that. I was fortunate enough to be raised in a family that had some history, some legacy, or whatever. Not like money or legacy like that, but just historical legacy here in America, and when things happen, I don't get surprised because they were going to happen. I've always been somebody that you would consider to be a rebel. They will call a rebel. And I always question everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything and everyone. There's no exceptions. When I say everything and everyone, everything and everyone, I question. Because the natural part of yourself can't be changed. If you go against that, then you lose. People think you have losses based on what you've done. No, you have losses based on what the other have cannot accept of you. So I could say I had losses, but at the end of the day, I had the experience, whether it stayed or whether it left. That's me. See what I'm saying? Because I take full responsibility for that, and I'm accountable for it. See, a lot of people can't do that. They will point the finger the other direction, and this is where all these elected officials been doing, wagging the dog's tail. It's over there, but they got the ball in their hand. So when I discuss these things, this is about a matter of fact for me. This is my truth. This is my knowing. This is my experience. So take it as you will. Doesn't matter. But when I show these clips, I'm showing these clips, these little streams, based on the fact of what I just say, what I'm talking about. And soon enough, these things are coming to my streams. So I'm popping them up there. You say, God damn, he just talked about that yesterday. Yeah. And if you're paying attention, other people are talking about it too. I don't know if it's because of me, but there's no such thing as coincidences. But back to these officials and this administrative law justice, what we call administrative law justice. And I had mentioned about the Chevron deference, and you're going to actually hear these people talking. These things that I'm showing, that I'm about to show, are congressional hearings. And at this point in time, when these people are coming in, these are actually congressional trials. See, because there's a pecking order to it. Now, this is Article 1, Article 2, and Article 3 functioning at its right place, right? Article 1, you come in front of Senate, right? That means you have gotten funding. You have gotten funding from us. We approved it. We brought it in. And we found out, because of all these whistleblowers and all these complaints, that you have been actually doing things contrary to what you're supposed to be doing, based on the laws that we provide, these statutes and ordinance and codes that you're supposed to follow. This is why we gave you funding. This is why we gave you funding to provide products to the people, to be an intermediary or a servicer of these contracts or these transactions, or what we would call consumer credit installment contracts, consumer credit, retail installment contracts, insurance, loans, credits. Yeah. But on the other end, you have provided you provided your own legislation, your own constitution, your own codes, and created your own documents and format them in order to do what? To put the people in slavery. How did that happen? You created instruments that became indentures on the people where they became slaves within your structure. Then on top of that, you made connections with officials of all sorts. That's including, of course, their officials, their public officials as well. And then you did some type of thing to where you guys started constructing your own courts administratively, so that way you can win. But a lot of people like to talk about Trump. Now, Trump is who he is. Everybody knew that back in the day. If you ain't old enough to know who Trump is, you're just not old enough. Trump's always been like that. Him being in office as a president, what does that say? Business as usual. But for somehow he's upsetting the apple cart a little bit because he's approaching it a different way. Make America great again. What does that entail? Who knows? But what I can say that there's things going on, and there's media and all these other factions that want to talk about something else outside of justice, equal protection of the law for the people. More importantly, you got niggas talking about everything else but that. When we are on the front line of getting our asses whooped every single day, it's always something on the news where somebody is getting beat on, killed, or in jail, in prison for umpteen years under the color of law. You see what I'm saying? But nevertheless, I ain't got my mute. Okay, hold on. Let me tell you something about it. I'm on mute. Got you, Rich. Look, I'm on mute. But anyway, Raymond Lewis. All right, Raymond Lewis. My bad. I thought I hit the button, but it didn't come off the mute. But let me tell you something. Hold on a second. No sound, no audio. Muted. Okay. Did I? Hold on real quick. No sound, no nothing. Okay. Well, we got to start all over again. Hold on. We got to start all over again. Hold on, man. I'm thinking I'm sharing my screen. You guys didn't even see the video, did you? Hold on. I could have swore I had that shit playing. Bam. Hold on. We'll start with this. We had the hold on, y'all. Y'all saw no video, no nothing, huh? No video, no nothing. Hold on. Let me call Rich. Was there any video playing? No? Yes? No? All right. Hold on. Let me play this guy again. So, I had Mr. Tendernism on first, but that didn't even play. So, let's go straight here. You guys need to know about this guy right here.
Playing some approach.
All right, let me mute up.
He's killing everybody. Every summer league came, he kept going out there showing that he's on that upper echelon level because NBA dudes can't go out there and stop him.
And that particular game, players of our caliber were coming up and trying to steal his thunder. Well, now it was trying to come back and trying to uphold his rightful throne in a sense. And that's when things really kind of caught caught fire then, because everybody now is trying to take over what Raymond Lewis had for so long.
If I could have, I would have knocked on Cooper's door and said, don't show up today. It's not going to be good for you.
I remember playing in the game, and Raymond had the ball. The first time he got it, he tried to go up on Michael Cooper, and Michael blocked it from down low. And Raymond kind of fell and complained to the official, like, hey, he's on my arm, he's on my arm, you know, and we're going down and laying it up. So right away, those that thought that Raymond could be contained by Michael Cooper started talking trash in the stand. I told you, he can't do nothing with Michael Cooper, not a legit NBA player. Remember, Raymond kind of got away and transitioned and hit a jumper. And then he got a breakaway layup. And then somehow there was a switch, and Raymond got another shot. It was his third in a row. And I heard someone in the stands as I'm on the court playing saying, just like this, there you go, there you go. He hit another one, and now they passed the ball up the floor to him, and he took the ball and had it on his hip, and he told everybody, clear out. At that point, everyone in the gym stood up.
And back then, you know, we as ball players, we always, I don't know why we did, but we would get our hands like that, and we'd take our hands and hit the ground and say, we ready, come on, bring it. And Coop did that. He did it.
And Raymond did something to where I still can't tell you what he did. He just did something. And the next thing I know, Coop was flying by him. Raymond looked at him, knocked it down. People start running out the gym. Oh, I told you.
Raymond lit him up. At least 40 by halftime.
Raymond gave our team, and I'm going to say our team because it wasn't all on me, he gave us 67 that game. It was a little disheartening because, again, my forte at that particular time and the way that I was able to make my path to the Lakers was being a good defensive player individually. So I took a little bit of heat, but not too much because, again, people knew this guy was doing that on everyone.
Hey, look, like I know somebody that know Coop. I don't know Coop directly, but I know Coop. You know what I'm saying? Dwayne Poley. Dwayne Poley played for Pepperdine, played for Manual Arts, played for the Clippers. Like, they good buddies. You know what I'm saying? Raymond Lewis. Nobody knows about him except if you from Los Angeles. I mean, you had the brother up in Oakland that used to, you know, you had the GOAT, you had Matty GOAT up in New York, and you had the brother that jumped over a Nova. But Raymond Lewis, probably the best basketball player ever in California. When I say ever, I mean ever. That's Michael Cooper, played for the Lakers. Gave them 67. Now, I was coaching at Servite 96, and I had somebody talk to the coach. He wanted me to come coach over at Nogales. And he went to UCLA during the time Raymond Lewis was at Cal State LA. I went to Cal State LA. That's where I played ball at. And I saw Raymond Lewis's name up there, and I saw all these records he had. I said, who is this guy? And they was like, hey, this the guy right here. Cal State LA back then used to be a Division I school till they got hit with a lawsuit. And then they dropped down to D2. But before that, they was D1. Raymond Lewis went to Cal State LA. Now, this guy that I coached with, he was the head guy at Nogales. And he wanted me to, this is 96, so he wanted me to run his freshman team and train the middle schools, bring them up in there, have them ready. And he asked me what school I went to. I said, I went to Cal State LA. He said, oh. Well, actually, I was going there in and out at a certain point in time. But I said, yeah, I go to Cal State LA. He was like, you know somebody named Raymond Lewis? I said, yeah, I mean, I seen his name up on the wall. Who is that guy? He said, let me tell you something about Raymond Lewis. And we were driving in his car. We was going to get some lunch. And he said, let me tell you something. He said, I graduated from UCLA. And you know my age, I was there in the 70s. So you know how great we was, right? He said we had the #1 player in New Jersey. We had the #1 player in Indiana. We had the #1 player here, and here. He said, I was there because of my grades. He said, I was a good basketball player. I was at the end of the bench. He said, by the time Raymond Lewis was done with us, he had fouled everybody out the game where I had to play. I said, what? He said, yeah. He said he stopped. He said as soon as he got past half court, he made one move and pulled and fall back. He used to tell everybody, fall back, fall back. I said, he said it wasn't no 3-point. I said, how much he have? He said he had 70. He scored 70 points on UCLA. He said in that year, he averaged 50. Now, Dwayne Poley, that was talking about, you know what I'm saying? It's good elder brother that I deal with in the basketball arena out there in Los Angeles. He did a documentary on him, right? And what the coach said at Nogales, I said, well, what happened to him? He said he messed up his own career. He said because Doug Collins, if you guys know basketball, Doug Collins that coached for the Bulls. He coached the Bulls. He coached Michael Jordan before Phil Jackson got there. You know, Doug Collins, he did the announcing and everything. He said Doug Collins got drafted the #1 pick. And that same year, Raymond Lewis was drafted the first pick in the second round. And he said when Raymond Lewis came into the gym, right, got drafted by the Sixers, when he came into the gym, he pretty much torched Doug Collins like every day. Now, you talk about people like that, and then the whole issue was that he was so mad. He was like, I was the #1 pick. I was the best pick. But during that time in the NBA, you got the ABA just came over. So they wasn't drafting black people like that in the first round. You know what I'm saying? Unless they came from a high prestigious type of university. But when I tell you that this is probably the best basketball player in California ever, and might be one of the top 5 best basketball players ever that nobody knows, that's him. But the bottom line, people always talk about the GOAT and all that stuff. Pee Wee Kirkland, you know, those type of players like that. I mean, people talk about Pee Wee Kirkland. It's nice. But you're looking at 6'8" Michael Cooper. 6'8" Michael Cooper. Got torched. I'm just saying. And then when you talk about slapping that ground and getting in that stands, that's some us stuff. That's what we do. We did that when I played. When coach blow that whistle, you slapping that floor. And you're gonna get in the stands and you're gonna growl at them. That's just what we did. But I had to do this. I had to take some time to tell you about Raymond Lewis. I mean, when that coach told me that, he was like, look, let me tell you something. Best player I ever seen. Best player I ever seen. This is what he said. White man, he said, this is the best player I ever seen. And you know, I played at UCLA with some great players. Best player he's ever seen. Now we can also get into Dwayne Poley. He went to Manual Arts. on Vermont and King. This dude averaged like 40 a game. I'm just saying. How they did the school system and all that stuff, how they changed everything and started busting people out and started doing all these extras. Telling you. LA City section, Los Angeles City section can beat anybody in the world. And Crenshaw did that. There's a dude called Big John Williams. They call him Hot Plate. Played for the Clippers. My adopted uncle, Sika, rest in peace. His son Eric played on that team. Crenshaw went 40-1. Billboards. Went to Japan, went to China, went all over the world and whooped on everybody, whooped on grown men. But I'm just saying. The modern days and all these other type of men, they couldn't hold a candle. And when you're talking about Metro League, the league that I played in, just saying, dominated Sacramento. When I say dominated, I mean dominated Sacramento. But hey, what do I know? Let's continue. Well, check this out, though. We're going to finish this part out real quick. Hold on. Let me mute up. It's going to echo. Average 50 at 29 in the Summer Pro-Am League. 50. Look, in Compton, Rich knows this, at the high school over there by Martin Luther King Hospital. They got the summer league out there at that high school. Damn, it drew a blank. What's the name of that? What's the name of that dang on high school? Hold on. Where'd it go? All right. Right there. That's 50 of them. That's 50 of them. You see what I'm saying? In Compton, it's a league. It's at what's that damn high school right there off Compton? What is that dang old school? But what they do is they have it's called the man, I'm drawing a blank. But anyway, everybody comes. I mean, you'll find Kevin Durant, Kobe used to be in there, LeBron used to be in there, James Harden, all of Dwight Howard. Everybody was up in there. When I say everybody was in there, everybody was in there. Everybody was in there. Because the only way that you could actually show you got some street skills on the court is playing that league, just like Rutgers. You had people from the projects getting busy on them. Like, they came in there serious, ready to go. Yeah, the Drew League. There you go, D. God, thank you. The Drew League. And I drew a blank. They be up in there, wouldn't they dare? They be up in there. You see what I'm saying? But that summer pro-am and stuff like that stuff was in LA way back in the day. Yeah. LA City in the 70s and 80s was nothing to play with. When I say they wasn't nothing to play with, they wasn't nothing to play with. If it wasn't for gangbanging and that crack, shit, I ain't just talking about just basketball, football, baseball. Daryl Strawberry went to Compton. Went to Crenshaw. Eric Davis went to Fremont. Like, you look at Fremont right now, you look at Fremont and all them places over there and watch, there ain't nothing but a bunch of Mexicans over there now. They still got brothers and sisters over there, but it's flooded over there. And I tell you, LA City section, small, Dorsey, LA Jordan, name them. They will run through and when I say run through everybody, not just in California, in the world. Nobody really fucked with them. It was beastie. We was like, shit. It had nothing to do with them. I'm just saying. Ain't no knock to New York and Philly. We played against Franklin Learning Center. You had places in DC and Chicago. You know what I'm saying? They had some squads. We used to play against them. But I'm just saying. Can't forget about this. All this is involved in this administrative law process of what they do. Just to change borders and move shit around, change the rules, feed the people. And they was paying too. So these people was moving out, going to Westchester and Fairfax and all that stuff, and now these kids is leaving the inner city, going out here. They going to Folsom. You know what I'm saying? Going to all these Christian schools. This is why they set up all these Christian schools. They like sports academies type stuff. You know what I mean? And they was paying them. Catholic schools, paying them. So they was leaving the inner city. See what I'm saying? But yeah, J-Dub know about it. J-Dub know all about that. But anyway, let's get back to it. I'm wasting time. Hold on. Yeah, I'm on an hour. All right, let's get back to it. We're about to get back into the business. How I do this? Let me see. Can I do it like that? Boom. Let's play it like this. Bam. Nope, that don't work. I'm trying to see where I can have me and do the thing with stuff. Hold on, man. All right, ain't no time to be experimenting, right? Ain't no time to be experimenting. Let's get it. Bam. No time to be experimenting. Bam. There we go. Let's go.
Tax with a 30% national sales tax. The bill is H.R. 25, the fair tax. It was introduced by Congressman Earl Carter. The bill would eliminate all federal income taxes and instead institute a 30% national sales tax. The bill is 132 pages long. So the politicians, they actually spent a lot of time on this. And sadly, I ended up going through all 132 pages. The bill wants to get rid of all federal taxes related to income. That means no more federal taxes for the IRS. Payroll taxes would be gone. Social Security taxes would be gone. Medicare taxes would be gone. Instead, the federal government would get their money from a 30% national sales tax. This would supposedly fund all federal spending, including Social Security and Medicare. So I want you to know this. The bill says that it's a 23% national sales tax. However, that is a lie. It's 30%. So here's why they're saying 23%, so there's no confusion. If you buy something for $100, the sales tax would be $30. However, they're saying 23% because they're taking $30 of tax and they're dividing it by the... I want to tell you about the...
Now, I'm going to be commenting on these things, right? So we're going to be commenting on these things. And this is what that means. So that bill is in now. So federal income tax is gone. So federal income tax is gone based on what he's saying. The IRS is out. So that means they'll be collecting taxes, to run their government by other means. So they're talking about a 30% tax on retail. Now, what the other thing, because it's short, what the other thing that I'm gonna look into is what is going to be considered to be retail. Is it going to be a loaf of bread? Is it going to be a pair of pants? Is it going to be homes? I mean, what are we talking about in terms of retail? Because there's something that's called a retail installment contract. What is being sold? What is happening here? Because when you look at it from this perspective, right? If by fact that we're issuing still letters of credit and we're still dealing with something that is still geared around fiat currency and reserve notes and not really what we would consider to be money, or what we call the coinage act, where everything is being done in a fixed weight and whatever that's being issued as paper in terms of the medium of exchange to be redeemed isn't backed by anything, then where are we at with this? Because it's still got to be some recoupment in it. You see what I'm saying? It's still got to be some recoupment in what we're dealing with. So, I know we want to, I want to make sure that I get you this information so you know actually what's going on. All right. Now, that's just a short thing, but you saw the HR thing that he has. So we need to look into that and see what's actually going on. But if there's a positive in there, Internal Revenue Service, gone. They still need an accounting branch. So maybe instead of being the Internal Revenue Service, I know I heard something about an External Revenue Service, meaning that they'll be dealing with taxing embargoes. Maybe that's where the other stuff come from, the tariffs. But I'm just trying to figure out how would you be able to tax the people based on the system as it is in terms of the type of currency that's being utilized. Because if you do decide to still go with the cryptocurrency, with that crypto, what we call fractional, because it's still fractional, you're still going to get taxed on it. They still want your social. If you're going to do the crypto and all that stuff, all that exchanging, they want that social. So if you're going to deal with that social, then you expect to get taxed. You know what I'm saying? So we got to look into what actually that's going to be. All right, let's get back to it.
There was a law passed in Virginia called the Racial Integrity Act. A guy by the name of in 1924, there was a law passed in Virginia called the Racial Integrity Act. A guy by the name of Dr. Walter Plecker, who was an avowed white supremacist, took upon himself to lead the effort to implement this Racial Integrity Act. And so he went to the state and local courthouses and expunged the records, reclassifying in Orwellian fashion every document, particularly birth certificates, for Native Americans, to make sure that all non-whites were recorded as the official term was colored. In fact, if you were an Indian woman who gave birth in a hospital, you could not take your child out of the hospital until you checked a form identifying yourself as colored in that child. They were given two lines, one white, one colored. You had to check them.
It was low. That was actually low. But basically, this is something that, a lot of people have been talking about in regards to this this classification, this misclassifying, reclassifying, for Walter Plecker, because the volume was low. So what he was saying is that he was talking about Walter Plecker going into South Carolina, into Virginia, and all these different places, going to these courthouses and working with these courthouses, changing some rules. Now, this is another part of an administrative law judge or an administrative process done through legislation or just by declaration. So what he said was that during that time in the hospitals, they would not let the mother leave, the parents leave, unless they check one of those boxes, colored or white. You see what I'm saying? So we have another issue here then. We have another issue. That colored, white, which one? Did you have to check colored? I don't know. I guess there was some deception in there where they wouldn't check white. But the other issue is, and this is the great part, is that he actually said Indians, American Indians. He said Indians in that whole issue dealing with colored. He mentioned Indians. So what I'm going to do is, so you guys get a better understanding of it, I am going to click this link and I'm going to put it in the chat so you guys can listen to it yourself, because it's real low. There you go. That's good. Clap it up. There you go. Give him a round of applause. Hey, be flying through. Let's get to the next one. Wait a minute. Let me not mess up again. Let me just come all the way down. There we go. Bam. I'm going to leave that video up. But here we go.
Get in here. Let me show you one secret. That's about to, look, if this don't blow your mind, my name is.
I knew I had my audience.
It's not all secrets revealed, but I want you to take a screenshot and let me show you what's been hidden in plain sight. Like plain sight. Like literally plain goddamn sight that you don't even realize what's actually really going on. But let me show you something about to blow your mind. All secrets revealed. Now, I want you to pay attention very closely. Number 3, the Old Testament map of Palestine. Right? Palestine. And they erased this so you can't find it. But just inbox me and I got you. And it says historical hand atlas illustrated containing large scale copper plates map of each state and territory of the United States and the provinces of Canada. Right? See the word Old Testament. Watch this. Watch this. Palestine in the New Testament Bible, right? And just for clarity, it's called Wells County. It's called Wells County, Indiana, right? Now, in the New Testament, can the church say amen? Can the church say amen? Right? This.
Amen. Amen.
This is the new map. This is the old map. Well, the original Palestine. Well, the new Palestine. They always play this goddamn game. Now I'm about to show you that's a goddamn game. But if you'd like to donate $1, I greatly appreciate it. Go ahead and look at this right now. Go ahead. Read for yourself. I don't even want to see it. Just read for yourself, which is called Wells County. Read for yourself. Where's the original Morocco? And I know your pastors, church leaders, civil rights leaders, Masonic leaders, secret society leaders, why is they doing this to us? And why is it so secretive? Because if the truth ever got out, the whole world will fall. Just read what you're seeing. Read it. Read it. If I choke your neck, read it.
Yeah, he's a wild one. Oh, that was interesting. Hey, numbers fell that fast, huh? I guess they didn't like that. Anyway, we gonna get to it. I like slow walking this thing. It don't take me long.
I'm Justice Daniel Kelly. Welcome to NCLA's program, Ask the Judge. Today's question is an administrative law judge a judge? The answer is no. And we know this is so because the Constitution tells us that a judge is someone who's nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate, has lifetime tenure, and a salary that can't be reduced. We do this to insulate members of the judiciary, to the extent humanly possible, from political influence. And we do that because, as Montesquieu said, there is no liberty if the judicial power be not separated from the legislative and executive. Administrative law judges, on the other hand, not only are not insulated from political influence, the Constitution says they must be answerable to the president, arguably the most political figure in the nation. Further, although the proceedings over which ALJs preside may look judicial, they have no relationship to the constitutional promise of trials conducted by judges who are free of political interests. President Lincoln once had occasion to remark that if you call a dog's tail a leg, it doesn't mean he has 5 legs. We may call these folks judges, but that doesn't make them members of the judiciary.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this down. We're going to go screen for screen. Because I want to watch the chat while I'm doing this. We're going to go screen for screen. Let me make sure I got these things lined up properly. What you guys going to understand, is that we're now into our administrative law justice segment. Now, I know you guys thought all this stuff was entertaining, but it all lines up with the administrative law justice. I'm going to play this real quick first. That's what I'm going to play first. We're going to play this one first. You're going to actually see, right? You're going to actually see, and I'll stay on camera. But you're going to actually see 2 people in this city argue at each other. You see what I'm saying? And this is how wild this system is and how it gets. Because under the administration, I mean, what this guy said, he came out of Wisconsin, what he was saying. Nobody knew that. Everybody thought if you had a robe on, you were a lawful oath-taking judge. Basically, what he's saying is that these administrative law judges are not Article 3. Now, I've actually experienced that, in my dealings, is that I try to get something appealed to the appellate court in Sacramento. And they was like, we can't hear this. I said, why? They said, we ain't got no jurisdiction. What you mean you ain't got no jurisdiction? Wait a minute. What? Wait a minute. What do you mean you have no jurisdiction? Isn't this a lawful court? No. They said, no, this is not what you would consider to be a court. They didn't say it like that, but they said this is what not you would be considered a jurisdictional court, what you went into that we can actually hear. I said, why? They said because that department in that court is not appealable with us. I said, well, who is it appealable to? They said, really? But you see how he was talking about matter of fact, like, yeah, administrative law judges are not Article 3. I mean, anybody know that? Raise your hand. Anybody know that? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. I know I didn't. So you telling me we went through a whole dog and pony show, supposed to be like have a trial and all this shit, and nothing? Then we went and did an appeal, and they did what they did, and we can't appeal it nowhere else? The Supreme Court can't hear it? No. The Supreme Court was like, no. That's done. Then I tried to run behind it and do something else and say, wait a minute, due process violations and all this stuff. They was like, kick. Nope. When I say they got back within a week, it didn't even take that long. They was like, nah, we're not hearing none of that. So does that make the Supreme Court liable as well? Would that be considered aiding and abetting? It's like, wait a minute, you guys are the Supreme, you guys are Article 3. That's the supremacy clause. Everybody's supposed to fall up under that. So you telling me you got courthouses and departments within the courthouse that are actually operating outside of the Constitution? Is that what you're telling me? You know what they said? Right. All right, let's get back to it. Where'd it go? All right, we're going to go frame by frame here. Let's go here first.
Like when do I ever make an accusation?
So right now we're not going to make this about
no. We're going to make that.
We're going to
you just accused the business. You just accused the business of having serving underage drinkers.
I did not.
You did. You placed that on record.
Did not.
You're saying you're getting complaints about
Councilman
underage
Jackson.
drinkers. Who are you yelling at? Who are you yelling at?
As the council president right now, and
no.
I said to
You asked me a question.
Any complaints?
You asked me a question.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm asking you, where's the basis of your complaint? How are you going to make a complaint?
Proceed, so you understand.
Corporation Counsel, point of order. What she's doing is putting us at jeopardy. You now have a business that has the opportunity to file a lawsuit against the city. When you got a sitting council person sitting as council president, making the accusation that they're serving minors.
Absolutely not.
Council president.
So let me
you gonna stand up and protect the city or what?
Councilman Jackson.
Who you think?
Come on now.
Am I supposed to be afraid?
No, you don't
Am
have
I supposed to be afraid of you?
You need to stop the disrespect in this council. You need to stop the disrespect in this council.
You're the one
disrespectful.
You're
I have the floor right
people
now.
Here. So what does that mean? You made a false statement. You made a false accusation without no police backup.
So I am going to say this to you right now. Para que
You're
ustedes
trying to
entiendan.
disrespect me like I'm supposed to be afraid of that. Hell out of here with that shit. That's terribly unprofessional.
Yo no voy a aceptar que ninguna persona venga aquí a acusarme
Señora,
a mí,
perdóname.
que yo la estoy
Usted
acusando a
necesita
usted.
un
Yo dije
abogado.
que hay
Porque ella
situaciones
que
y
dice que
llamadas
usted que
de
viene,
personas. No.
tiene gente
Councilman
por ahí.
Jackson, council members.
May I please?
Mira, usted tiene una licencia. Usted tiene una licencia.
Council members.
No se preocupe. Point of order.
What she did was totally unprofessional.
No, what you did is out of order.
Unwarranted. You
You're
made an
speaking
accusation.
out of order,
You made
Councilman
an
Jackson.
accusation to a business.
You are speaking out of
that's
order,
serving
Councilman
minors.
Jackson.
You got the attorney
You are
not
speaking
saying
out of
nothing,
order,
and you think you're gonna stand up here and talk over and slam the damn gavel at me? Get the hell out of here. Know your damn job. Know your
no,
place.
your damn job.
Know your place.
Okay.
You don't just
friend.
get to come here and make an accusation about somebody and put the city at jeopardy. Where's your proof
You're
of that?
talking about putting the city at jeopardy?
Where's your proof
really,
of that?
Councilman Jackson, look at
Where's
yourself
your
in the mirror.
proof that they're serving minors?
So,
Where's your proof? Is there police records of that?
Lo de hoy que están aquí hoy es para que ustedes reciban una renovación. It's for a renewal of your
Council
birth
President.
licenses.
Trae mi número.
23.
Yo puedo venir por ahí para hablar contigo.
No le hagas
Usted
caso, que se van a
necesita un
perder.
abogado.
Council President,
Yo soy el concejal.
He said, I could do that too. I could speak Spanish too. How about this? You having a whole conversation, and then you got to start talking Spanish now? Ain't that something? He said, I could do that too. Yeah, that part. That's crazy. Man, I tell you, these people.
De la primer barrio. Escúchame. Yo soy el
Councilman Jackson, you do not have
yo
the
soy el
floor.
concejal
Councilman
de la
Jackson, you
primer
do not
barrio.
have
Yo
the
puedo hablar
floor.
contigo porque
Councilman
usted
Jackson,
dice
you do
que
not have the
usted tiene gente por ahí. No
Councilman
puede,
Jackson,
no puede
you do
vivir.
not have the floor.
Council
And-
President.
Thank you
and
very much.
You don't honor any other point of order. She over here making a false accusation, accusing
No
the
one
business
made an
of serving
accusation.
minors, putting us at jeopardy without any police backup.
Oppose the
Outta
question.
here with
Oppose
that,
the
man.
question, please.
And they're gonna slam the gavel like I'm supposed to be afraid. Get your ass out of here with that. Beat it.
So, Council President, please, may I please?
I hear anybody in here to challenge me like that. Like
That dude said, beat it. Beat your feet. Beat it like Michael Jackson. Beat it. What it lost. He said, you bang that gavel like that. Beat it. That's what I'm saying. These people are normal people. Just trying to show you, you know, we can laugh a little bit. Beat it. Who you think you scared? I don't need no security. Beat it. That's funny. These regular people. Regular people. See what I'm saying? Regular people. And they're given a lot of power that they can't even control because they can't even control themselves. Look at that. They didn't spend all this damn time arguing back and forth in front of their constituents. You know what I'm saying? And you see it said First Ward. So I don't know if that's Texas or Louisiana. I don't know where they at. But that's crazy. That's crazy. See what I'm saying? It's crazy.
I'm supposed to be afraid.
Council
I don't need security. I
Point
don't need
of
security. I don't
order.
care who you ask.
Point
I
of
don't need
order.
damn security. You can slam whatever you want to slam.
We need to have decorum in the chamber.
Please, this is embarrassing.
I am not
The
sure what
embarrassment here
happened.
is you.
Councilman Jackson, 1 second.
No,
I'm not sure what
I'm not saying
happened.
about you, sir.
Councilman Velez, I was not in the
I'm good.
chambers, but let me apologize to you as business owners. I was not in the room. I'm not sure what happened, but we should not handle business in front of our constituents, especially our small business owners, in this manner.
Correct.
I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure what was stated, but your business
That are not.
Like when? When do I ever?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they got issues. A lot of issues going on. See, now, all this stuff that you're seeing, you wouldn't even be able to see this stuff, like nationally, what's going on. You might be able to catch it somewhere, but this is where the media comes in. They always hide this stuff. They want to hide the imperfections of government. But you got to know that government is being ran by people. Eat, sleep, shit like everybody else. Laugh, cry, have fun. You know what I'm saying? Not robots. But they want to present to us as if this thing is some perfect machine that's happening, like no mistakes can be made and nobody is to be held accountable. This is on the national scene. See, this is where all this administrative things come into place, because now people are getting kicked off some dollars, and then they can go ahead and turn the other cheek, or they can slide it up under the rug, or talk about it in private. You see? This administrative law stuff don't start in the courts. It ends in the courts. See what I'm saying? Let's get to the next one. Let's get to the next one. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. No, not that one. Bam. Let's do it like this. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. All right, there we go. All right, we got it lined up now. So let's go ahead and stop this screen. Let's get the other one up. All right, let's get it. Boom. Boom.
Amendment contains no so-called national security exception. Let me say that again. The Fourth Amendment contains no so-called national security exception, notwithstanding what the FISA court has done since 2015. That was a deliberate choice by the Constitution's drafters to have no national security exception in the Fourth Amendment. And it is one that mandates that a probable cause-based warrant requirement be added to the FISA Section 702 program. But making the 702 program truly Fourth Amendment compliant is critical. There's no question about that. But it's not enough to truly stop executive branch surveillance overreach. Indeed, it is the vast and ever-increasing amount of commercial digital data on each and every one of us, and the ability of federal law enforcement to obtain that data with our own tax dollars, that represents perhaps the greatest long-term threat to our civil liberties and personal privacy. The Fourth Amendment contains no so-called national security exception. Let me say that again. The Fourth Amendment contains no so-called national security exception, notwithstanding what the FISA court has done since 2015. That was a deliberate choice by the Constitution's drafters to have no national security exception in the Fourth Amendment. And it is one that mandates that a probable cause-based warrant requirement be added to the FISA Section 702 program. But making the 702 program truly Fourth Amendment compliant is critical. There's no question about that. But it's not enough to truly stop executive branch surveillance overreach. Indeed, it is the vast and ever-increasing amount of commercial digital data on each and every one of us, and the ability of federal law enforcement to obtain that data with our own tax dollars, that represents perhaps the greatest long-term threat to our civil liberties and personal privacy.
All right, so right there, Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment deals with legal search and seizure, right? Search and seizure. So what he is saying is that the administrative law judges and all of their administrative enforcement agencies, let's just say it like that, they're the administrative enforcement agency connected to the administrative law judges, connected to the administrative legislature, have found out a way to bypass the Fourth Amendment, to be able to access everybody's data. See what I'm saying? Everybody's data. You look at it like this. Somebody comes, right? And this happened to me before. They come, they pull me over. They say, "Can I search your car?" I say, "No." So what? We're going to do it anyway. So we're going to ransack your car. You don't have permission. But somehow along the way, they get some type of immunity through that. How are they getting this immunity? Through the administrative law procedure. right? Remember, let's start with the guy I started with first, the guy from Wisconsin that said an administrative law judge is not Article 3. So that means they're functioning from some other oath, some other bond, some other policy, some other act, canons, ethics, otherwise. There's nothing to do with the Constitution. Nothing. So when you deal with all these social media things, this is why they update it, right? If you ever go on a federal government or a .gov website, and even a lot of the other websites now, you got to do some serious security confirmations. Some of these websites on the gov, you can't even get into. You got to have a certain type of thing going on. A lot of people think it's to the detriment of the people, but actually it is to protect the people, protect people's information. Just like on Pacer, you go to Pacer, right? Pacer is where you can go look up all type of federal cases. You got to go through some screenings through that, authentications, everything to even get any of that information out. People say, oh, well, they're blocking us from getting the information. No, we're blocking you from getting other people's information because this is what they've been doing. Why do you think you get multiple spam calls during tax time? Who do you think been giving up that information? Did you know that there was a young white boy that just got 4-5 years in prison for selling people's information, working for the IRS, and another guy that was working for the Supreme Court was doing the same thing? See what I'm saying? We're not going to get into Facebook. You guys remember MySpace? You guys remember Black Planet? We're not going to get into those, but yeah. Anyway, let's get back to it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going frame by frame. That's right. We're going frame by frame. We are going frame by frame, y'all. So, yeah, we want to make sure this is right. Get a bigger screen. All right.
Constitutional decisions. You take the very same oath that I take. The only reason I have to make those constitutional decisions, you take the very same oath that I take. The only reason I can look at a federal statute and say, I have to disregard this because it does not comport with the Constitution. The only reason is that I've taken an oath to uphold the Constitution. You take the same oath. So, and we give deference to legislation on the assumption.
Now, right there, this is Justice Scalia. I just want to blow that up. If you look right here down where my mouse is, this is Justice Scalia. This is a Judiciary Committee. Justice Scalia. Okay. And what he is saying is that the reason why I can do it because I'm an oath-taking constitutional justice. I'm Article 3. I can actually look at, he's talking to the congressperson right there. I don't know if that's the Senate or Congress, but he said, how can you go against something that's in the law, what they consider to be the law? He said, I could do that. I can do that. You see what I'm saying? I can do that because I'm an oath-taking constitutional justice. And if I look at that code and I see that it's in contradiction to the Constitution, or it's it can actually be a violation of anybody's constitutional protected rights, I can ignore it. Watch what he say.
That the members of the Senate and of the House have tried to be faithful to their oath. And if indeed they're not even looking at or even thinking about constitutionality of it, that presumption should not exist. So yes, of course you.
So in that respect and to that degree, our oath to uphold the Constitution, our commitment not to overstep the bounds of federalism, means more than simply doing that which NLRB versus Jones and Laughlin Steel or Wickard v. Filburn might say that we can get away with in court.
Well, I think you have to make your own decision about constitutionality. In normal times, you follow what the Supreme Court law has said, but we don't strike down any of your laws. People sometimes go, the Supreme Court struck. We never strike down your laws, gentlemen. We just ignore them. We're
right there. Right there. Now, people laughed, and the way he's talking, Scalia, you could tell he's an Italian, and they talk pretty much matter of fact, and they sound funny when they say it, but he's serious. He said, we don't strike down any of those things because nobody brings it to it. No people. When is the last time any people has taken any of these statutes, codes, or anything that's come into place, whether it's been struck down or whether it's been denied or implemented from your state? Never. The only time this goes to Supreme Court is because Congress, Senate, one of the representatives, or the president is taking this to Supreme Court, and they're arguing over it based on them being the people. But there's never a people, right? Not me, not you, not nobody bringing anything to the Supreme Court or even in the appellate court saying, wait a minute, this code is going to eventually be in violation or contradict or come in conflict with the Constitution. Why? Because of X, Y, Z. This is going to be in conflict with anybody's constitutional protected rights. Nobody does that. It's always the Congress. It's always these so-called elected officials doing that. This is where they get themselves in place and where you have these plenary and trust doctrines coming in by declaration, because Congress is the one that's actually bringing these things to the Supreme Court, to the appellate court first, and then the Supreme Court based on, these conflicts. So next thing you know, there's no people that's actually bringing a claim or even have a voice. So what the Supreme Court has to do is just go off, base their own morals and ethics of what they look at in regards to what's going on. They say, wait a minute, I get it. I see where they're coming from. This comes in conflict with the Constitution. So you know what? We're going to rule in these people's favor. This is what he means by ignoring. He said, we don't strike down nothing. It goes through because it ain't been contested by the people. See what I'm saying? So if it's not contested by the people, we know, because we are the third branch of the United States government, right? Or we're the third branch of the Constitution. We have a duty amongst anything to serve and protect the people against all enemies, foreign and domestic. See what I'm saying? So you have some people that do that. And what Scalia is saying, this is what we do. But under the circumstances, it got too far away from us where you can't even get that. And this is what we're talking about moving forward. All right, let's get back to it.
Where your law, we don't strike down any of your laws. People sometimes go, the Supreme Court struck. We never strike down your laws, gentlemen. We just ignore them. Where your law does not comport with the Constitution, it seems to be a law but really isn't, and so we ignore it and apply the rest of the law, the statute notwithstanding.
Now, right there, the statute notwithstanding, he said, well, it looks like a law, but it isn't. See, he's just saying like a matter of fact. So I know it might get past you. You know, it might. I'm not saying it will, but it might. I know y'all sharp, but you know, just in case, because he's saying it and it's sounding like he clowning, but he kind of is clowning them. He was like, it might look like a statute or a law, but it's not. And these are majorly important words that's coming out this guy's mouth. You know what I'm saying? These things that they push to actually be law and then leave it up to these so-called lower levels to be in uniform and wear uniform as if they are actually enforcing real law. All right, let's run it back.
That presumption should not exist. So yes, of course you.
So in that respect and to that degree, our oath to uphold the Constitution, our commitment not to overstep the bounds of federalism, means more than simply doing that which NLRB versus Jones and Laughlin Steel or Wickard v. Filburn might say that we can get away with in court.
Well, I think you have to make your own decision about constitutionality. In normal times, you follow what the Supreme Court law has said. But we don't strike down any of your laws. People sometimes go, the Supreme Court struck. We never strike down your laws, gentlemen. We just ignore them. Where your law does not comport with the Constitution, it seems to be a law, but really isn't. And
it seems to be a law, but it isn't. Now, we go way back, right? You know, my thing is mortgages. My thing is mortgages. Hold on. Yeah, I don't need none of that. Yeah, time out, my nigga. Yeah, time out. Yeah, bye, homeboy. We ain't about to do all that today. Nah, ain't no hey, Andre. Andre gone. Yeah, all that you're an idiot and talking that crazy stuff. Bye, homeboy. We don't need all that. Time out. Let me put you in a corner and put a dunce hat on you. Now, what he's saying right there, this is the administrative law process. And these administrative law judges, as you're going to see, they just make it up as they go along. And a lot of these things have been put in place based on what? Politics. Well, we say politics because it has a dollar value behind it. And if you look at the canons, do they operate from these canons? See what I'm saying? That's another thing.
so we ignore it and apply the rest of the law, the statute notwithstanding, as one of our early cases put it. But it's really you have the first cut and the most important cut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
He said, you got the first cut. He said, you got the first cut. What's that cut? A cut of what? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have the first cut, right? You put something in, and then we decide, and they don't strike it down. See, and this is where Article 3, this is where the whole system, they're all under administrative law judges, but they can exercise their power when they feel like it. They can exercise it when they feel like it. They can exercise it when they feel like it. But they're still operating under administrative law judge. Because as soon as that thing comes in, why do the people have to come in and strike it down? They should strike it down immediately. This is what the executive department is for. If they see something that isn't supposed to be put into office or put into statute and put into somewhere where it could be enforceable, they gotta contest it over here. And that's in Article 3. But what he just admitted, he said, we don't strike nothing down. We'll just choose to ignore it when we feel like it. When we feel like it. Right. So what I'm gonna do is, in the meantime, that ain't what I wanted. Hold on. You guys can take a look at that. You guys got TikTok. All right, so yeah. So we got that right there. Now, we want to pull it back up so we can take a better look at it. Let me bring it up just a little bit. What he was saying. Let's bring it back.
Exacerbating the lack of independent decision makers, defendants in administrative adjudications are deprived of the right to juries.
So he said he's saying that under these adjudicative, people are deprived of their right to juries. That's what I was talking about before. About a situation I was in, right? And then, you have the 7th Amendment. You have all these things that these people are violating.
Under the 7th Amendment, they're deprived of trials which are governed by the federal rules of civil procedure.
So also being deprived of trials which are governed by the federal rules of civil procedure, which is violation of what?
And the rules of evidence, which provide due process protection for defendants, including requirements for hearings, calling witnesses, and discovery. The constitutional requirements for Article 3 judges, in conclusion, are not empty formalities, but ensure the crucial independence of the judiciary in the exercise of judicial power. The usurpation of this authority by the administrative state has led to adjudication by decision makers who lack independence and who therefore rule in favor of their own agencies at rates in keeping with that dependent status.
Right. So you got dependency. So when he's talking about the dependency, and that all that is under plenary. So he's talking about declaring and declarations. All that is plenary doctrine. What I was talking about. They're listening. This is very important. Now, the jury part of it, you're talking about Article 6, when you're talking about the federal rules of civil procedure that falls under the Constitution and connected to Article 3, that is supremacy clause. And then you got Article 4 that's deal with full faith and credit. Right? What they call full faith and credit. And full faith and credit, it also talks about stare decisis. Right, you got any type of precedent, anything that has set precedent. Well, this is where memorandum of points and authorities come into play, or memorandum and points of authorities come into play. These memorandums and points of authorities, come into play like nothing anymore. Has no strength. Because nobody wants to get the evidence because they already know when you come into court, and listen to me closely, when you come into court, bottom line, when you come into court, you already won based on the administrative law process, based on the fact that Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, Clause 2, dealing with money, Article 1, Section 8. On top of that, you have the treaties and the supremacy clause. Once you come in to make a claim against a corporation under any type of debt, consumer situation, you've already won based on the fact that they already changed hands. That thing has already been sold. On top of that, the one that's coming in to try to be a lender or a creditor to you is not even the one, because you have a loan originator, you got an underwriter, or what they also call an investor. on top of that, you got letters of credit that is issued through the applicant. Nobody tells you that stuff. You see what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you have people that come in that is constructively deceiving or misrepresenting the whole process through a uniform, whether they got a badge or not. Because when they come in there, they say, we're going to loan you money. They're coming in, you're coming in there, and they're making you rely on the fact that they are lending you something, that they are crediting you something, that they are providing everything, and you're providing nothing. And the only way you can get it is through them. I just want to give some life to that video. It was low. Damn, that's slow. All right, let's get back to it. Frame by frame. All right, let's get to the next one. And this computer is, wow. Hold on, let me make sure I'm on the right one. Boom, boom, boom. All right, here we go. All right. Yeah, this computer is way different, man. It's like you click on this thing, it'll right click. I mean, this thing is wild. All right.
You may begin.
Chairman Massey, Ranking Member Correa, and other subcommittee members, thanks for inviting today's testimony. My name is Mark Chenoweth. I'm the President and Chief Legal Officer.
Chenoweth, you may begin.
Chairman Massey, Ranking Member Correa, and other subcommittee members, thanks for inviting today's testimony. My name is Mark Chenoweth. I'm the President and Chief Legal Officer of the New Civil Liberties Alliance, a nonpartisan, nonprofit civil rights organization founded by Columbia Law School professor Philip Hamburger to combat unlawful administrative power. NCLA's 14 attorneys pursued more than 50 original litigation cases against unlawful administrative agency actions last year alone, including 2 of them that Chairman Nadler mentioned. This work gives us an up-close, real-world look into the various ways in which administrative adjudication violates Americans' civil liberties. Adjudications, by the way, that enmesh 10 times more people than do federal district courts. So your constituents may actually be familiar with this process. My written testimony compiles a list of 25 pathologies of administrative adjudication for the committee's benefit. Before discussing a few of these, I'd like to highlight the legal mistake behind administrative adjudication. It's typically understood that federal agencies have no power to act unless Congress gives it to them. But the Constitution gives Congress only legislative powers. Congress cannot delegate a power it does not have, so it cannot delegate judicial power. Article 3's vesting of judicial power in the courts is exclusive and mandatory. It says, quote, the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish, unquote. By saying the judicial power shall be vested, Article 3 made clear that the location of that power was mandatory. It authorizes Congress to locate judicial power only in inferior courts, not administrative agencies. In setting up administrative tribunals, then, Congress has unconstitutionally divested the courts of their judicial power, so it needs to unwind much of this unlawful regime. Apart from these structural constitutional violations, administrative adjudication violates the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, and the Seventh Amendment. When I speak of Fifth Amendment violations, I'm chiefly referring to the lack of due process. Agency proceedings scrap the federal rules of civil procedure and the federal rules of evidence, substituting the agency's own rules or making things up as they go. Worse yet,
Hey, know your business. Trust me, I'm already on it. I was trying to find a document. To show you what I'm doing. I was going to show it. I couldn't find it. Believe me. Now, see what he said at the end. He said, making it up as they go. And he called them a regime. He called it a regime. It's interesting. You guys know what a regime is, right? You guys know what occupation is, right? All right. Yeah, I'm just saying.
In one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish, unquote.
I got to mute because it's going to be, I got to mute it so I don't get an echo. But what he said is one Supreme Court, one. See what I'm saying? So I'm gonna pause this thing. This is gonna have to echo because I gotta pause this guy. He's talking real fast. All right, let's go.
By saying the judicial power shall be vested, Article 3 made clear that the location of that power was mandatory. It authorizes Congress to locate judicial power only in inferior courts, not administrative agencies.
So a lot of people like to been trying to mix the fact of inferior courts and administrative courts being one and the same. He's saying, no, they're not. You go to a traffic court, is that on appeal? This is why they always try to attach a criminal charge or a misdemeanor to your traffic citation. They don't mind kicking that out. They will just run with the other thing. Trust me, I've been through it. They would want, they were like, well, I got that. What you got? Resisting arrest. When and where? You see what I'm saying? Doesn't work. But that's how they manipulate it because they could throw that other stuff out. But if you come in with that misdemeanor, then I got something that's appealable. Article 3 comes in after that.
Setting up administrative tribunals, then Congress has unconstitutionally divested the courts of their judicial power, so it needs to unwind much of this unlawful regime.
Unlawful regime. The Congress has to unwind it. See, it said Congress. The Congress created these things. And if you go back to it, Congress has created these things for what sole purpose? What sole purpose? The sole purpose for them to create these things, and what I showed, is that these things were done through plenary acts in order to subvert and change the jurisdiction of the American people. Who might be those American people by definition? Well, look it up. We talked enough about it. But now it was done through people who signed up for that. The other word we say is capitulated, right? That's a big word. Capitulated to that. And now they're crying because now it has trespassed upon them. You did your job, get. We got some other people to do it. We're going to keep doing it again. We'll bring in some more people. We'll bring in some more people. They've been doing this shit over the last 200 years. We bring people in order to subvert and to challenge and to fight these American people. And then once we get you in, you did your job. Now get over there with them. We got some more people that we could do that. So we could keep burying and burying and burying it. So we can actually get the right people that we want involved in the situation in order to obtain our end game goal. People say, well, don't go too far back. Yeah, you need to go too far back because you got to go too far back because you need to understand that the situation that's going on today hasn't changed. It's just been amended, or what we would like to say in bankruptcy, reorganized. All right. right, here we go.
Apart from these structural constitutional violations, administrative adjudication violates the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, and the Seventh Amendment.
Fifth, sixth, seventh. Fifth is the right to not testify against yourself. The Sixth Amendment is jurisdiction, pretty much. You know, knowing the right to know what jurisdiction or what laws or what form of proceeding that you're operating under. And then be able to deal with it accordingly. I'm going to get back to that. So just remember the right to know what jurisdiction. So that way you can know how to deal with it accordingly. Okay, so you got common law, civil law, equitable, admiralty law, maritime law. Yeah, all these different laws that take place here in America. Right, that's still under Article 3. Article 3, Section 2, they talk about that. I think it's Section 1 as well. The whole Article 3, it talks about that. It talks about admiralty law and all different types of law that they can hear. But in order to know what to do or how to respond to it, you got to know where you stand or what claim is being brought to you. Now, when you get to the seventh, when you get to Article the Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth, Fifth, Sixth, and Seventh Amendment, when you're dealing with the Seventh Amendment is complicated. The Ninth as well, complicated. So what he's saying is when you get into these administrative law situations, Fourth, Fifth, Sixth, Seventh, even the Fourth Amendment, gone. Second Amendment, gone. First Amendment, gone. All these things are out of here because it's nothing but fictional things happening after that. Let me keep going.
When I speak of Fifth Amendment violations, I'm chiefly referring to the lack of due process. Agency proceedings scrap the federal rules of civil procedure and the federal rules of evidence, substituting the agency's own rules or making things up as they go. Worse yet, a fundamental tenet of due process is an impartial judge, but ALJs are structurally biased in a pro-agency direction. They're not allowed to question the constitutionality or legality of the laws or regulations they enforce. They routinely shift the burden of proof to the respondent. They are beholden to their agency for their very employment. Unlike the
So they're beholden to the agency for their very employment. So what is he saying? What is he saying here? Is he saying that, look, is he saying that these administrative law judges have an investment, have some type of financial and personal interest in regards to these companies? That they're getting paid to actually rule in their favor? It sounds like that's what he was saying. That's what it sounds like. See what I'm saying? See, but this is what they know. This is what they know for a long time. And for some reason, they're able to talk about it now. It's open door now. If you guys remember, Trump, after his first term, before he got out, you know, he declassed everything. I don't know if y'all remember that, or if y'all actually saw it, but Trump said he's declassifying everything. That's what he said. He declassed everything. Why you think all this shit is on a goddamn tube? That's why you can go to the archive. People talk about, well, you can go to archive. You know why? Because he declassified everything. So now all the stuff, all the books, you ain't got to pay for anymore. Now, I know there's certain people that are still trying to lock some of this stuff up, so you got to pay at least something. But A lot of this information is out because he declassified it. This is why people say, well, they burnt up and destroyed a lot of. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They burnt it up from the public, but they held it in the back. There's something that's called universal law that even the devil won't even go against.
Department of Justice in criminal cases, agencies are also not required to turn over exculpatory evidence to targets of enforcement. So even if the agency has proof of your innocence, it doesn't have to share that with you. Whereas
now, exculpatory evidence. I know if you guys been here long enough, you heard me say that. Exculpatory evidence. What is exculpatory evidence? Exculpatory evidence that knows, like he said, that will make you innocent. What is the main thing that they can actually say that will make you innocent in exculpatory evidence? You know what that is? Let me do this real quick. You know what that is? Injured party. It's called a corpus delicti. It's called corpus delicti. Verified statement by injured party. Or a verified statement with someone with firsthand knowledge of the facts. A witness. And even then, you got to have 2 or more witnesses that verify that on a penalty of perjury. Because if you perjure yourself, you go to jail. Now, just think about it this way. Penal Code. Business. Penal Code 118.1. Penal Code 118.1. Everybody going to jail. They going to jail. Every last one of them. Don't pass go. You're going. Another thing you have is Penal Code 435, I think 453. Something like that. Going to jail. Exculpatory evidence. People got to understand that when these people sign off on these things and they make these reports, they sign them on a penalty of perjury. They are considered to be an affiant. An affiant is connected to an affidavit. An affidavit is talking about truth, affirm, hand up to the sky. So just think about that. Who, and I'm going to say who, has the fortitude and the energy and the strength to be able to put everybody in jail? Like Martin Lawrence said, everybody going to jail. Everybody. Everybody.
the justice in that. Sometimes the due process violations are even grosser. In early April 2022, SEC disclosed a so-called control deficiency, admitting that its enforcement staff had illegally accessed the files of its in-house judges in NCLA client Michelle Cochran's case, in George Jarkis's case, and eventually in dozens of other cases. As the Wall Street Journal put it, it's the equivalent of a party in litigation having access to a judge's briefs from her law clerks. SEC dismissed 42 pending enforcement cases to dodge accountability for this unbelievable travesty of justice, and Congress needs to get to the bottom of it. But note that this kind of sloppy cross-contamination of functions illustrates the weakening of the separation of powers when they're combined in a single agency. This could never have happened at the Department of Justice. They don't share the same computer system with the judges. In terms of the Sixth Amendment, one aspect of NCLA client Ray Lucia's administrative prosecution deserves special mention. Ray Lucia tried to call as witnesses clients who would testify that they had never been misled or defrauded by him or his use of the term backtest. Before they could testify, the SEC served those witnesses with last-minute subpoenas that required them to turn over all their financial records for the last 5 years from any source whatsoever on penalty of perjury. Despite being loyal clients, they didn't want to subject themselves to such an onerous and privacy and security violating task, so they declined to testify. Having withdrawn them from his witness list, Ray proceeded to judgment before his ALJ without a single client witness to speak in his defense. Such witness intimidation would never be countenanced in a real federal court by a real federal judge. Such witness intimidation, in fact, violates the Sixth Amendment, which guarantees the right to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in one's favor. But that right to secure witnesses not only doesn't obtain in administrative adjudications, as it does in federal court, but apparently witnesses who have agreed to testify can be excluded by agency dirty tricks. The Seventh Amendment is violated because rather than have facts found by a jury, the ALJ finds the facts in an agency proceeding, and the agency controls the administrative record on appeal. So even when a case reaches an Article III court for review, there has never been a jury, and the factual record amassed below gets deferred to by the judge. The Seventh Amendment guarantees the right to trial by jury in suits at common law. It thereby applies to all civil actions other than in admiralty and equity, including actions brought to enforce statutory rights that are analogous to common law causes of action ordinarily decided in English law courts in the 18th century. Equity involved property and contract claims, not government enforcement, and federal agencies do not sit in admiralty, so agencies routinely violate defendants' Seventh Amendment rights by conducting enforcement proceedings without a jury.
Just think about it. Just think about it. If, and I'm telling you this, I don't know. I'm enjoying it. I've been enjoying this all morning. I've been listening to this stuff all morning. Just enjoying it. It makes me feel kind of proud for the fact that when you actually put something forward, it's not falling on deaf ears. You see what I'm saying? If you guys can read between the lines. And I'm like, oh, that's 2024. But I know damn well I ain't seen this on TV not one time. I've been trying to find it, but they've been having these hearings for a minute now, talking about this stuff. See what I'm saying? And, you know, I feel good about it. People don't understand that the United States is a juggernaut. And it is totally infiltrated. Totally infiltrated. And a lot of these pale skins that want to be white have been duped and have gone along with it and are afraid to stand out and call on it and do something about it. And I'm talking about them as a whole, because they assist in this matter. They show our people on TV getting arrested, car chases, getting killed, mug shots on the screen and all this type of shit. And then they're having this conversation right here, what I'm showing right here, that they're actually talking about things that are in violation of the Constitution. That everything that these people are showing on these media streams are basically in violation of the Constitution. Basically a violation of the bond, the insurance policy, the oath, and everything else, because you never mentioned if they even read them their Miranda rights, they even gave them due process, that they actually gave them an opportunity to represent themselves in a proper light and fashion, that they actually gave any exculpatory evidence, anything. But these people are showing us on the screen like 90 going north. See what I'm saying? It's something that's called testimony, right? You got also things like called letter of recommendation, letter of reference. I got a lot of those. A lot. The people that know me, I do not play. I'm not up here to prove anything to anybody. All I am doing is a little low-key, low-budget marketing and advertising about my mental fortitude and knowing about this whole little shenanigans. And I hope y'all enjoy it. It's free of charge. But nah, no buts. Get off my soapbox.
For all these reasons, administrative adjudication is an abomination. It supposedly provides expert judges and more efficient proceedings in exchange for the denial of due process protections, but in truth, ALJs are not experts. Administrative tribunals are not efficient, and the denial of due process in agency tribunals with structurally biased umpires is pernicious. Congress has the power to abolish unlawful administrative tribunals and restore the 5th, 6th, and 7th Amendment rights of the people currently subjected to these proceedings. It should do so. Thank you.
Now, if he just said restoring 5th, 6th, 7th, really the 4th as well. You're restoring something. So that means it's gone. It's not there. If you actually are under the circumstances that you have some form of constitutional protected rights, what he just told you, you don't. First, nope. Second, nope. Third, who knows? Fourth, no. Fifth, no. Sixth, no. Seventh, no. Ninth, no. You don't have those rights. Those rights do not exist. And people think that there's a republic out here. Shut up. You need to stop talking. That's why I call y'all slaves. You do not understand that you have no rights unless you enforce them. And even amongst them, you got to fight. But even within that fight, you will know what to do on the next move. Chess moves here. Chess moves. If you already know you're going into a situation, you already know your constitutional rights are violated, you got to express them or you waive them. Or at least you'll know what you're dealing with. And then you follow along the path along the way. If you don't do that, you're done. Cook food. At least you can get to the process, right? And then amongst our people, what we need to know is that we got to go through the whole process. People don't ain't got time for that, man. They got to go to work. You got bills to pay. See what I'm saying? So they ain't got time for that. Well, you better make time. Snail mail. Let me say it again. Snail mail. Certified mail, return receipt, registered mail, return receipt. Proof of service, notarized, everything that goes in. Package it together. Make sure that you do what you need to do. I don't care if you write it on a napkin. Get it done. Not preaching. It's not preaching at all. This is coaching. Get in a stance, step slide, and defend. Get the ball back in your court and get control. If you don't have that, you get what you get. Most people might go through life and make it all the way through unscathed. But best believe there's somebody that you know, or somebody that you know that knows somebody that knows somebody that you know that is going through it. But you know what? You can't do nothing about it because it's the process. But the one thing that has to be done in doing this process, you got to get rid of that guilty mind. You got to, people say this word before I go into what I'm about to say. Talking truth to power. You guys hear that a lot, right? Talking truth to power. That is a white supremacist slogan. Who is the power? Who gave them that power? I'm talking truth to power. What power? Do they cook your food? Do they grow your food? Do they hold the toilet when you go take a shit? Do they hold just when you got to take a piss? Do they turn the water faucet on when you want to wash your face? When you change diapers, when you do anything, whatever you're doing in your life, are they doing that for you? Are they allowing it to be done? Are they allowing you to function? If they are, then yeah, that's power. But get rid of the guilty mind. Because what you do when you came into this earth, you came here to do something. All the other stuff just goes along. I showed that young man that just did a whole standing test on the whole medical procedures and surgery and all that stuff. Man, that dude looked like he was maybe 12, 11, 13 or something like that. See what I'm saying? Unaltered, unscathed. You can do anything that you want to do. And it's not up to anybody to decide whether it's good enough for them or whether it's good enough for you. What you do. Came in this world by yourself, unless you were twin. But one had to come first, one had to come second. And even after that, y'all gonna have your own lives. All right. All right. Good talk. Let's get to the next. Read. Oh, yep, that's it. There we go. All right. I'll save this one for last because I think this one is the most up to date. So, they're using. Shout out to the young lady that got this channel. I was like, oh, yeah, this fell right in pocket right here. All right, let's get it.
Understand what ALJs, administrative law judges, and administrative law courts actually. People need to understand what ALJs, administrative law judges, and administrative law courts actually do in this system. If you want to talk.
Okay. So you got all the other stuff that we listen to. Now, she's going to do as good a job as she can to kind of break it down a little bit. You know, we got the guy prior. You know, he was talking real fast. You had to pause it and stuff like that. I'm not going to interrupt her at all. And we looked at all the other process and all these people talking about administrative law process. We actually talked about other things. I showed other processes of what falls under that administrative law process. That everything that is being done at this time is an administrative law process that has absolutely nothing to do with the Constitution. Now, the one thing carry over from the previous video is the part where he said we need to bring back the 5th, 6th, 7th Amendment. Bring it back, which means it does not exist, or it's been suspended, or it's been suppressed. And then what I said on top, oh, we're going to add the 4th Amendment, the 9th Amendment, the 2nd, and the 1st. Because no first, everything else goes. So everything else goes. No first, everything else goes. That means that they could trespass upon you at any point in time or for no reason. for any reason, for no reason, any reason, or otherwise, they can come in and do whatever they want to do to you under this administrative procedure. Now, if it's under this administrative procedure that they can do all this, where are your rights? You're a slave.
About unconstitutional.
Hold on, let me mute. Appreciate everybody being here, in and out, in and out.
Article 3 establishes an independent judiciary to protect citizens from loss of. People need to understand what ALJs, administrative law judges, and administrative law courts actually do in this system. If you want to talk about unconstitutionality, Article 3 establishes an independent judiciary to protect citizens from loss of life, liberty, and property without due process of law. Over the last 50 years or so, a variety of federal agencies have created their own court systems led by administrative law judges. It would come as no surprise to no one that agencies enjoy outsized success in proceedings before these ALJs. After all, they're wearing the same jerseys. They're on the same team. In Article 3 courts, as provided by the Constitution, the SEC only wins about 58% of its cases. And between fiscal year 2011 and 2014, the SEC, however, won an average of 90% of its cases. And the SEC only wins about 58% of its cases. And between fiscal year 2011 and 2014, the SEC, however, won an average of 90% of its cases in front of ALJs. The FTC, who you went up against, wins not over 90% of its cases before its own ALJs. Yet Lena Khan, who was the head of the FTC under the last administration, lost almost every single case she ever brought before an Article 3 case or an Article 3 court. When Axon was forced into the FTC Administrative Law Court, or ALC, proceedings, were you provided with the same protections and rights you would expect in an Article 3 court, such as due process, the right to a trial by jury, that sort of thing?
Absolutely not. It was a foregone conclusion. Frankly, it was described to me by my attorneys as hopeless. There was a 0% chance over the previous 20 years of getting a fair trial. And even once we came out, if it went to appeal, the appellate process would be only reviewing the FTC's version of events. They get to write the entire record, and you never get a day in court. Maybe you get an appellate review to see if they made an error in the law, but we would never have gotten a chance for an independent arbiter to hear our claims.
I would think that the people on the other side of Mr. Vladek would be concerned about the violation of constitutional rights that you just described, but apparently they're more concerned about protecting the unelected bureaucrats and their ability to send millions of dollars to things that we don't want to pay for, such as trans comic books for people in Peru. The FTC enjoys over 90% success rate in proceedings before the ALJs, as we just talked about. And what I understand is that you were forced to spend $20 million defending yourself in these FTC proceedings. Having been an administrative law attorney for many years, I describe this as the process is the punishment. Would you agree?
The process was a heck of a lot of punishment. However, it was nowhere near what was being threatened. For a $13 million acquisition, the government was basically looking to seize $1 billion worth of intellectual property, as well as half our customers, and an unlimited liability. So the process was terrible, but we had to go through it because the alternative was even worse.
As you likely know, in this Congress, I have introduced the Seventh Amendment Restoration Act, which provides Americans with the right to remove their cases before an ALJ to an Article 3 district court. Do you think that that is something that would have helped you in pushing back and fighting back against the FTC in these horrific proceedings?
I have to say that that proposal is beautiful in its simplicity, and I think it actually would fit what we've all talked about, the system of checks and balances functioning properly, that an American should be able to say, my goodness, if I have the government coming after me, may I please have an independent judge where I can plead my case and have a chance of prevailing.
Now, the link's in the chat. StreamYard. Let's be quick. What's going on, Abby Duke? Good to see you here, sis. The Seventh Amendment, the right to a jury trial. Right. This is a way for them to disguise that they are bringing back the republic form of government, the Republican form of government. Jury trial of your peers is constitutionally protected. If the Seventh Amendment now is functional, so you got to do the Seventh Amendment Act. You see what I'm saying? You got to do an act for the Seventh Amendment. When what they should also say is we're going to declare that the republic form of government is back here. And we're going to make sure that we let everybody know that all these courts, these administrative law courts, and these administrative law judges must now be trained in constitutional law and adhere to the Constitution. They must do that. That's all you got to do. If you don't, you go to jail. Because you fall under the Alien Enemies Act, seditions, Alien Enemies Act, alien sedition, and all this stuff, treason, so on and so forth. Because you are operating within an oath-taking position, a fiduciary responsibility to protect the people and to have ethics as well. So I would say, why do you have to do an act? But nevertheless, take it as it is. We take it as it is. See what I'm saying? We'll take it as it is. The Seventh Amendment Act, making sure that all trials, that everybody has a right to trial by jury. Now, what you need to do is make sure that it's not an option, that it's mando, unless the other person decides to forego the jury trial and deal with settlement. That the other side comes in and they make sure that they do what is best by that party. If you're coming in there without a lawyer and you know you've been injured and you know that as a consumer under the United States codes and as a real party in interest or injured party, even in being a third party intervener, so on and so forth, that you get your due process. So having jury trial enforces due process. That means you got to go to discovery. You got to have discovery. You got to be able to deal with all the necessary other aspects of what comes before jury trial. Before you get to jury trial, you got to have exhausted everything before getting to jury. See what I'm saying? And that's where, we will have some, I would say some teeth, some progress in getting this stuff done. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, here we go. What's going on, brother?
All right. So, that ALJ order that the government put out. So you do know that doesn't go for state ALJs. That's only federal ALJ.
Okay.
So the state's still able to do what they get away with, they want to get away with. So
okay, yeah. All right.
Right. And under certain, like you was right, under certain things like 42, 241, 242, just to give an example, only the government can actually sue under that. The government or a nation or a government acting. sovereign government acting can only sue a state or a state official with that clause intended. That clause is only optional for certain individuals to use. What's going on, we really got to understand that the separation of the state and the federal government is at its best. And the individual is not going to actually be under the representation by constitutional right or even a U.S. Federal citizen, because they're first identified by way of the state and the conjoining of the state. So it'll be pretty difficult for an individual that's identified as a citizen to go to use any federal codes or federal regulations or the Constitution to seek remedy. Even in a federal court, they won't even hear it, because individuals are not standing in their status that they need to be for the federal courts to hear it.
Okay, let me ask you this question. So, like a notice of removal, right?
Yeah.
So, under a notice of removal, they usually say that you only can remove it after you been served a summons, or so I kind of.
That's the best way to try to represent or try to enforce the removal, but the ALJ or the state still got the right to ignore that shit.
Oh.
Yeah, so the whole thing about this whole situation is, and I don't know why, it's so hard, or it's got to be so translucent for people to understand, or difficult in translucent, not being translucent for people to understand.
Wow.
Each individual is automatically claimed by the state. This is what NREM action is. Whenever you do a judicial, if it's not you doing something civil as the plaintiff and you're acting defendant, they're gonna produce a hearing in round, whether you like it or not, because the individual never took control of the name, never have right to actually use the name. Do we is that difficult to understand? Or I need to get a little deeper.
Nah, you good.
So when an individual go and create that name on a birth certificate, and the state now has all rights and due course of that, because the individual that's acting on that name is actually acting under fraud. But they're going to allow you to act under that name so they can have an assurance or a body to attach to the claim. So when a person try to go and actually represent themselves in pro se, they need to be in control of the name. When a person go and file federal procedures against state or government officials, they need to be in control of the name. So if you look up diversity judgment, diversity judgment is, say you from California and you come to Florida just on a visitation. Florida state trooper pull you over, give you a ticket citation, and then end up court. You got to go to court. Even if you don't go to court, they issue a warrant. Because you really haven't represented on the right of the use of the name, that name is still up for grab and can be charged by a municipality per their charter. So their charter is representing any and all things that's in the county and not hold it tested in its own representation belongs to the county, outside of the state representation. So the county is actually charging the entity, and going, since the entity is created by the state and they in conjoining with states by way of UCC, they can actually charge the entity in their jurisdiction under their zoning for affliction of a duty or a regulation. So the individual actually don't have any standing, no matter even if he try to fight the ticket, which is really truly illegal for an individual in Florida to cite you under Florida laws when you're not a resident, you're a non-res. So you off rip have immunity in the state, unless you cause damage to someone's person or person property.
Right, right.
Because now you're actually supposed to be identified as a constitutional protected federal national or citizen, however your status is. But by you not proclaiming that status, you're neither or nor. You're state property.
Mm-hmm.
By way of every county has a charter.
Right.
And every county was incorporated probably anywhere from 1819 to up until 2025. You had counties incorporating themselves and creating charters in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s.
Okay.
And the reason they start creating charters is because the government switched over to the Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act of 1972 ended up giving governments jurisdictional control over waterways, ditches, state waterways and ditches, and any type of waterway, because the nature of it is they're still operating under maritime law. So what they're claiming is producing waterways up under the roads, up under the ground, to as it to be seen operating above waters. You check how it's being played. So the states to receive sovereignty in a sense, they created their charters, their own charters.
All right. Now I got a question, but hold on. I'm gonna hold that question for right now. I'm gonna see what Isness got to say. Isness is up here. What's up, Isness?
All right.
Hey, you there? Yeah, your voice is low. Yeah, your mo. There you go.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Better.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Did you hear anything I said? Do I have to repeat?
Nope. Yeah, you gotta repeat all that.
Well, when it comes to this administrative law, first of all, it would be really nice if they push it forward where you can opt to have an actual judge hear your case. I mean, that's all they really have to do with this to do a quick fix. So I'm not sure why it ain't been done, but this is something that Trump has been talking about, this administrative law. Now, if they reform it, that's where I work. So I ain't trying to, put myself out of job, but it is true that these people are not judges. You know, understand? And a lot of even the attorneys that are in front of the judge aren't attorneys. They're representatives, they're legal reps. So you can put yourself in a trick bag. Now here in California, a lot of them, they're not working for private well, in my case, the judges ain't working for private companies, they work for the state of California. But they're not so I just came to just give my personal experience that it is true that these people are not judges. And it has nothing to do with your name. It just has to do with the pipeline that they push you in.
Okay. So, in full understanding, when an individual county creates a charter, there is only 4 individuals in that charter that actually are elected officials or considered government agents. The other individuals are appointed by the county commissioner, manager, judges, not clerks, but judges, deputies, all of them. They even the operation of administrative administrative procedures, far as the sheriff, the clerk, the county commissioner who was elected, and the property and tax commissioner or property appraiser that's elected. They also fall up under the county commissioner manager's operations of administrative needs. And all operations are under the color of law. Every county is separate from the state. Every county, they're separate from the state, but in operation conjoining as the state. So they're acting as the state. Acting. They're not the state. They do what they want in their counties. All counties are private. They're private counties. They're operating in a corporate and politic environment. The only reason they act in a politic environment is because of the 4 individuals in each county that's elected constitutional officials. That's the only reason they claim the politic, and that gives them the premise to uphold their color of law. And that's all they're going on. They're actually clerks. All ALJs are clerks up under the commissioner control. They're not controlled by the state. That's why if you go in the judicial commission, a qualified commission, and put in a complaint against the ALJ in a certain county or running a certain district, they'll turn around and send you a form back says shit. They can't do shit because that person's not even part of their recognition.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because certain things can't even be appealed in certain courts because the appellate. I mean, I know this firsthand. They told me it was like we ain't got no jurisdiction over that court.
And let me tell you this.
I said, what? They said, yeah.
Let me say one more thing. When you do a federal filing and you're in the corrective status of your own, you best to do your own cover letter and also do your own, if you're going to do a preparis, do your own preparis. But your cover letter, the silver cover letter that's presented, hold on. The silver color letter that's presented by the federal government, it automatically, when you go and use one of those codes automatically put you in a fucked up status. So the best thing to do, what I've done, I petitioned to the FBI. I sent letters to the FBI to do a audit and investigation on the silver letter, the ACLU, the Justice Department, Human Rights, the Human Rights Justice Department, because of the silver cover sheet actually puts a person in certain different type of statuses to give the court, federal court, identity to throw your shit out or not rule on your shit. It's fucked up, bro. This game is fucked up. I ain't gonna lie to you. So you got to put complaints on the federal government, even as you're suing them. So if you sue someone in the state acting as a state employee, they're not really state employee, but they're acting. So you have to, it's best to do a 1503 and sue the United States government at the same time. I'm giving y'all some goddamn shit that you won't have to go through problems fighting and finding out that shit didn't work for you and you don't know why. I'm trying to give it to you now. The 42 USC statute 1503 actually sues the United States government for that individual that you're suing in a whatever the city official that's acting as a state official, acting as again is also the state is in representation as a federal entity. So if you don't go after the head every time, you're gonna end up losing your battle. When you look to sue a police officer, you don't just sue the police officer. You sue everyone in the whole goddamn state, the attorney general, the motherfucking senate, the governor. You're supposed to involve everyone that's in that chain of command, because the letterhead doesn't stop, or the buck doesn't stop at the letterhead just to that individual. If you understand what I mean, it goes a lot further. Even for that individual to be acting under the color of law, has to be permission granted by the government of the United States. So you just got to dive in between the weeds. And I know it seems like they're friendly for us. It seems like certain things applies to you, but everything they have, you have to put it together. You have to put the SS4 form together. You got to put that with the 8822 form or the 7325 form. You got to put, depending on what status you're in, you got to put it together with your declaration. You got to put it together with this status, this statute, or this federal code, or this. It all go in sync. You can't leave out shit, because when you leave something out, this is the sign where it says every T must be crossed and every I must be dotted. That slogan isn't just in writing. That actually means be proficient in what you present, so you have less argument.
All right, so look at it like this, right? I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
But as complex, what you just said, very complex.
Yeah, I know.
And nobody on a vast level, especially our people, aren't really built like that. You know what I'm saying? To actually do that whole process, it's going to take some time understanding the codes, the forms, you know. But my question, I'm gonna bring you back here, is that the question I want to ask you, everything that you're saying that needs to be done shouldn't have to be done.
Should it have to be done?
It should not have to be done.
How you figure that when you have
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
When you have enemy at
I'm
war.
not done. I'm not done. Let me get there.
All right.
What? I hear these conversations. I have these questions formulated in my mind already because I hear we have discussions about this. How can we get from point A to point B, straight line, without all the extras, right? I keep my shit simple, straight line.
Right.
In my straight line questioning, as I said, a lot of this stuff technically shouldn't have to be done. We shouldn't have to do all this, right? It's complicated, and it was made complicated for a reason. And somebody or something or some group complicated the issues. You know what I'm saying? In order to make it hard for us to get to the place where we need to get to, instead of a straight line A to B, you got A1, A2, A3, A4, A5. You got all these different areas you got to get to just to get to B. So, are you saying that there's no other way to get remedy but going through this whole process, saying that, you know, the name, you don't have permission to use the name, they have this name that's connected to these instruments, and you have this whole administrative law process that has totally now taken over the Article 3 process and Article 2, right? The administrative Article 1 has pretty much subverted Article 2 and 3. So that means that the Supreme Court is also working under administrative processes too as well, Article 1. So I don't know how much you was
said
listening.
the Supreme Court is under administrative law?
Absolutely they are.
Yeah.
They absolutely are. And the reason why I'm asking now is that under that circumstance, I want to get this all out.
Get it out,
So
bro.
be patient, brother. Be patient. Let me get it all out. So if all these things are administrative, and what the one guy said, I don't know how much of the videos that you heard, but the one guy, the white guy, was talking about bringing back the 5th, 6th, and 7th Amendment. So if you have no 5th, 6th, and 7th Amendment, you have no Constitution, period. You have something else operating in place of this Constitution. That means no republic, no power to the people. Everybody is subjects. But at the same time, you're saying that you need to do this form, you need to make sure you got that form, you got to make sure you got your status corrected and all that stuff. But I don't think that's what it was. The United States was designed to function like, man. Go ahead.
All right. Let me first give Isness a little something. Yes, Miss Isness, off of I believe it was Railroad Company versus Tompkins, 304 U.S. 64 1933, if my memory served me correctly. That's the precedents where the Supreme Court went and ruled and took place of administrative captivity. That case right there. That showed it, that brought it in, and they did it they've been doing it ever since that point. Again, I believe that's Railroad versus Tompkins, 304 64 1938, I believe.
Yeah, Railroad versus Tompkins. Yep. 1933, correct?
38.
38? Yeah.
I believe so.
All this stuff came after what? 1933 and 34.
Right. So that's where the Supreme Court fell up on administrative. Okay, so when we speaking, brother. You just said I listen to key things, and I hear all things. I just don't respond to all. But you yourself said that only the government can sue and take these type of charges against so and so. Then I came back and I repeated that about maybe 20 minutes ago. So with that in mind, also be identified with that all the ALJs, these Supreme Court judges, judges, senators, things of these natures, they all get immunity, exemplary immunity for 15 years if they're not a permanent voted individual like the Supreme Court justices, like life permanent voted in people. When they go in and work in any type of industry representing the government, they have a 15-year automatically exemplification where they can't be touched. Now, saying that, in the format again, the United States was represented for these articles for the representation of who was standing in that place. You don't have people today of this country, too many people, maybe 3%, that's actually in real production. These are what you call private citizens or nationals again, that's in this production to be represented under those articles. Everyone else is in a position under administrative corporation because they're not placed themselves as this individual. You wasn't born without the United States jurisdiction. You wasn't identified. The names you're using are not identified under the United States jurisdiction.
Okay, can I say something? I think it sounds more complicated than what it really is. It's just we're operating a whole bunch of regulations. And so this is kind of just regulatory rules that everybody is going on. And who writes those regulatory rules? That's where they're like, you don't even know who these people are and what their motives are. So you don't know if, like, say, okay, I do workers' comp, right? The person who does the regulatory rule might be for these big insurance companies. And so they're going to have a bias towards, the injured person. So what's happening is, I don't think it has anything to do with your name. And I think the reason why this is an issue is because regular Joe Schmoes are writing laws that are not attorneys, that are not unbiased. They're not judges. They may be the bureaucrat may, just be a working professional. And I could tell you for sure, I could tell you that they're just part of the industry that are writing these things. So it's really a crackdown on these man-made regulations by unbiased or by biased participants.
Right. So that's my point. And this is why I'm just trying to convey to Nadi that I get it. We got to do all this correcting status and all this type of stuff, but it wasn't built that way. The system was not, in my research, it was not built that way. Now you have these acts that have been put in place. You got the Frank Dodd Act, you got the Fair Housing Act, Truth in Lending Act. You have all these acts that Sherman Antitrust Act. You have all these acts that were put in place to regulate agencies, corporations that was on this land. This is what these rules, these acts was put in place. All these codes and enforcements were to regulate corporations. And what I'm trying to get across to Nadi is that, yeah, I get that. This is where we at in our place right now. And these things need to be corrected. And these things need to be put in control of us, because we now know these things are instruments and securities and bonds and notes and all these different things that we actually have endorsed and brought energy to. But the checks and balances on these corporations, these agencies, I mean, I just take it, my focus is housing. You know what I'm saying? One of my main focuses is housing and consumer protection. Now,
So the person in charge of the Department of Real Estate might be. Okay.
Let's talk Section 8. Let's talk Section 8, right?
Okay.
In Los Angeles, you know, and even in Los Angeles County and in Sacramento County, Section 8 is doors are shut. You see what I'm saying? And even as you're dealing with workman's comp and all that type of stuff, and you know, some of these unions, I mean, they have their own court system. They have their own adjudication process. Well, really, it should not be that way. I mean, these so-called courts should not even be in place. You know, like you got to actually go to some adjudication in order to get something that is owed to you based on what you pay into. You pay into these things. And they're sitting here, like my brother just, it took him 3-4 years just to get a settlement on a car accident he got hit in. And they was trying not to pay him nothing, but he pays a premium, just for an example. You see what I'm saying? But they have their own rules and their own things, and the courts at this point, it should be a simple process, isn't it?
Well,
What's your interest? Yes. Did you pay into this policy? Yes. Why haven't you paid them insurance policy? Well, what? You see what I'm saying?
Well, you know what? Working with these, I do want to say something in regards to them insurance companies. You know, that's really where I'm at. And, you know, sometimes when you guys are sitting up here and you're just like, one of the things that you telling your audience is that they need to prove that you owe them or something like that. The insurance companies are really big. If you think anybody could be petty, it's those insurance companies, like for reals. So like, you know how when you're telling people, well, you know, prove that I have this mortgage type of thing, right? That's really kind of standard practices. You're not doing anything wrong. That's just how it goes, because those insurance companies will waste a lot of time and years on people like that. So that's what. That's it.
Okay, so insurance companies, bro, they're not built to protect you. They're built to protect the property. They're not for you. It's for the property. And all property is deemed belong to the United States, whether you like it or not. Just because you bought it, spent your hard-earned dollar on it, worked for 30, 40 years for it, it's not yours. You're never constructed in its proper format. So they're not going to take a loss on two ways. This is why they regulate it for vehicle insurance. Because motherfuckers was getting sued. Not only people was getting sued and couldn't pay the debt for the property destruction, but motherfuckers also couldn't, the government couldn't get paid. They couldn't get paid.
That's the problem, though. That's a serious problem.
What? No, it's not. Because it's not the problem. Hold up, let me finish.
Did you get empowered? No, hold on. I got to be able to push back on this. I got to push back on it because I gave you like 3, 4, 5 minutes to explain yourself. Now we about to go back and forth. No, we about to go back and forth now. No. We about to go back and forth. Look, bottom line is you're trying to simplify this thing and trying to say that you don't have no control of anything. That's bullshit. Because the only reason why you don't have any control is because you wasn't given full disclosure.
Man, why you keep saying
organize the contract? The contract.
Listen to me, Aton. We wish it was a perfect world where everything was in order. But bro, if I develop something over here, this is what I developed, and you just come along and want to start using it, bro, I'm not supposed to give you goddamn contract or shit.
What the hell they got to do with what I'm saying? That ain't got shit to do with what I'm saying.
I'm finna tell you. Let me get to it. When a person comes up and using United States entity identifications, representations, walking every day as a U.S. citizen, and this is what fucking gives them credibility of existence. Understand that, bro. Because you have people come up every day knocking naughty, say, oh, you ain't a citizen, oh, I'm a citizen, oh, you ain't got no state, no, you stateless, oh, da. Bro, when you're using these identities, they do not have to give you full disclosure because it's their shit and you're opting to use it. They didn't come to you and say, let's make a contract that's going to be on equal balance because I need you and you need me. They didn't do that. You came into their fucking territory, into their jurisdiction, and started accessing shit. For you accessing shit, bro, you're actually walking and moving in fraud. But we're not going to say anything. We're going to just let you keep fucking using it and holding you accountable. Fuck what you think you know. Fuck what you think you heard. Fuck what you think you going on. You ain't under the representation of a Article 3 individual to be recognized under that. Only our judges and these yes, bro. Because you're a citizen. Bro, what the God damn this shit. We ain't going nowhere. We is not gonna get
we getting somewhere. Oh no, let's believe we getting somewhere. Nah, we not stagnant. We getting somewhere.
Bro, what are you saying?
We getting somewhere. My turn. Look, listen. I know goddamn well I ain't no United States citizen. I know that for a fact. Even before I did the process. I'm not a United States citizen. I have volunteered to be a United States citizen under certain circumstances. So even if I come in within the United States, the continent of the United States, to do business,
my goodness, no, bro.
I know that. Back then, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. You didn't know it either. Nobody knew that they was coming into the United States, continent of the United States to do business. They all thought that this was something that they was already done and what they was born into, which is not true at all. That is not a fact. That is not true at all. Period. Point blank. No.
Okay.
No, and no.
This some bullshit. You just read the other day, 1923 Declaration of Indian Citizenship Act, as they
declared.
As the motherfucker represent that identity, you fall under that declaration.
No, I do not. No, I do not. My people didn't agree to that shit. I know goddamn well my people didn't agree to that shit. Now,
okay,
I know
can I say
something? When we get to hold on. Hey, the bottom line is what I know for a fact that what we just said about what I just showed about what old boy did with the birth certificates and all that, and going into these hospitals and these courts talking about, hey, we're gonna make sure we keep it here. You either white or you colored. They already set that up, and in the states, that's what it was being done. It wasn't on a federal level. They was doing this in the states. See, you're misconstruing federal and state jurisdiction and what's actually going on. The states, and that's why I showed these things, the states have been doing administrative plenary actions in order to circumvent their duty to be a part of that union and to be uniform with the United States, Constitution and otherwise. This is what they've been doing. Now you're trying to make it seem as if we actually volunteered to do that. No, we didn't. Because if you actually read that, if you read that 1924 Indian Citizenship Act thing, it does not say this thing was signed off by anybody from an Indian, chief, tribe, nation, or otherwise. This was a declaration through plenary act that was being done, and then they needed the state to go ahead and run through it as well. I'm just saying.
You don't know law. You taking the fuck up there. It's like shit years ago. Goddamn.
You calling that law? That ain't law. That's not law. That is an administrative process, brother.
You gonna let me finish, brother? Because Truth said it.
Administrative law.
Bro, if I put a declaration out, nigga, it ain't you to sign it. It's for you to rebut it or contest it. And if you don't, it stands. What part of the law you don't know about that?
Okay, but it was the declaration issued. How was the declaration issued? How was the declaration issued?
And you leaving these people fucked up.
Okay, was a declaration issued? Was the declaration issued? Do you have any proof? You or anybody else have
do all
any
that clowning and shit
proof
somewhere
that
else.
this declaration was served upon an Indian chief?
Nah.
Do you have any proof that a declaration, that declaration or that act or anything was served upon an Indian nation or a chief and they signed off and agreed to it?
Served in public.
You're talking about it in the public. The Indians are not in the public, bro. The Indians are citizens of another nation.
I don't give a fuck where you at.
Indians are citizens of another nation, bro.
Hold up. I don't give a fuck if you in Japan or China. I put out a declaration, nigga, you in Japan and China got to fucking recognize that. No matter if you in American Republic or Indonesian Republic, wherever the fuck you think you at. Long as I do my due diligence of informant, notification, that's the law. Bro, why are you going outside of the law acting like a clown right now, bro? This shit's so goddamn fucked up. This shit crazy. You going outside of the law, dude. Now you gonna sit there and say you can do what the fuck you want to do. You can do what the fuck you want to do.
What do you call law?
You can do what the fuck you want to do. Proper procedure of notification. There's a law behind that. Privacy, there's a law behind that. Identity, there's a law behind that. Notification, representation, there are laws behind what the fuck you're trying to represent. You can't just say you're going to do it free fucking willy and it ain't going to be, the laws don't apply to you. It don't work that way, Rambo. The fuck you talking about, bro? You know it don't work that way. Stop playing that goddamn advocate bullshit and stand on real shit, bro, and bring the real shit so the people can understand the truth. Don't sit there with that smoke signal shit. I don't believe in anything.
I didn't say that. I didn't say none of that.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
Don't equate me to smoke signal or anybody else around here.
That's what you said.
All right,
it don't mean
check this out. Check this out. We're gonna bring up declaration. We're gonna bring up this declaration, right? And let me tell you something. I was in bankruptcy court, and the chief judge told me specifically. He said a declaration can be and doesn't have to be always the truth. Now you admitted the fact that a declaration, an unrebutted declaration, but it really is an unrebutted affidavit. But you're talking about declaration, people making declaring something. We could declare something right now, but what does that mean?
The truth of man and the truth of God are two different things.
Okay, so we subject to man. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on, bro. If you stand on the man truth and you don't rebut their truth stands.
So wait a minute. I'm on my land. I'm on my land. Look, you ain't got to be long-winded with me. You ain't got to be long-winded with me. I got you. You know exactly what you're trying to say. Or you telling me I'm on my land, I'm doing what I'm doing, and somebody across the street or down the street or around the corner or in a whole other state or whatever makes a declaration, and I got to follow it or I got to rebut it? Is that what you said?
Where's your declaration? I'm saying to you, where's your declaration to claim some goddamn land?
It ain't got nothing to do with claiming land or anything. It's got to do with the term declaration. It's dealing with a declaration.
Bro, stop acting like these crackers ain't here and ain't been here and they haven't set up codes, regulations, and laws that every United States citizen abides by. Stop acting like this shit ain't real. Stop throwing this shit out the window like you don't understand proper procedure and codification of law.
Yeah, I'm about to give it to you. Can you see the screen?
I'm driving. Read it to me.
All right, so declaration. The first thing it says is in pleading. The first of the pleadings on the part of the plaintiff in the action at law, being a formal and, just go up here, methodical specification of the facts and circumstances constituting his cause of action. It commonly comprises several sections or divisions called counts, and its formal parts follow each other in this order: title, venue, commencement, cause of action, counts, conclusion. That is somebody bringing something to a court. What the hell does that have to do with another nation who is not subject to the jurisdiction? Wait. I'm not done.
Where are you reading that from?
I'm not done. Let me give you my question now. This is Black Law 4th. Let me give you my question now. Now, based on what I just read, and this is talking about court. This is the first one. There's other things going in here. It says in practice, some other things. But what I'm saying is if their first main definition in the declaration is to bring a suit, right? This is bringing a suit. Who are you suing? How are you able to have some type of jurisdiction? Let me finish the question. How you have some type of jurisdiction over a whole nother nation who has their own citizens? How are you able to do that when you have a treaty and you have a peace and friendship treaty and you're supposed to be allies? How is that possible, brother?
Very possible.
How? Without an act of war. Without an act of war. Without an act of war. Without an act of war.
What the fuck?
Without an act of war. Get out of your commerce mind all the damn time. There's still people you pinch and say, ow. God damn. Get out that venue, bruh. Get somewhere else. I'm trying to bring you somewhere else. You ain't gonna make me run with you. You ain't gonna make me follow behind you. I'm giving you the real deal. I'm giving you international law. I'm giving you international law. You're giving me admiralty, maritime law, contract law.
Nigga, stop.
If you're subject to the contract law, then that's where you can stay. I'm not there.
Giving international law. International law is commerce law. What the fuck you talking about?
Shit, me.
What the fuck is you talking about?
That's not just commerce law. International law is not just commerce law. International law deals with treaties, bro.
I think now
international law deals with treaties.
Based off of what?
Sovereigns. Sovereign nations. Sovereign nations.
Bro.
International law deals with nations.
Bro, god damn, this shit crazy.
It don't deal with subjects, it deals with sovereigns.
Boy,
international law deals with sovereigns.
No, it deals with commerce. Every individual. Can you listen? What makes a person sovereign?
I am listening. I can hear you clearly.
What makes a nation sovereign? What makes an individual a nation sovereign?
Look, international law. Every part of that.
This shit crazy, bro. This shit crazy.
It's called the law of nations, bro. The law of nations. The law of nations. And every nation has their own subjects, their own citizens.
Bro, listen, Aton. In the first conception. I can't reason with you. I can't give you.
You're not trying to reason. You said I don't know shit. What the fuck is the reason coming from? You already said I don't know shit. You're not even here. You're stuck in this commerce realm with commerce international law.
You don't know shit. You don't. You sitting there talking shit. It ain't got shit to do with no goddamn person or people. It's got to do with commerce. The first identity of United States sovereignty was through the Freedom of Friendship Act with Morocco. It was by way of commerce. They recognized them through being able to produce and stand on their own commerce of business. every nation, when they go and do a CPN with the United States of America, they're doing a CPN under commerce.
Look, you're missing. You want to keep talking about that. Wait a minute, man. Come on, man. I ain't gonna let you just sit here and just browbeat me and just be long with it. Hell no, nigga. You ain't the last long of everything. Listen. You keep talking about commerce. Does commerce make everybody subjects? Are you subject to?
Yes.
Are you subject to through commerce?
Yes.
Commerce is contract law. That's a meeting of the minds.
No.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how. My boy, it's tax commerce.
Man, don't give me that my boy shit, man. I ain't your boy. I'm not your boy.
It's tax commerce.
All right, I ain't your boy.
You could argue with that.
I don't give a damn about that shit, man. Find something else to say. I ain't your boy.
Commerce. So you don't want to be in the overstanding on the information. Tax is commerce. As you an individual, you're being taxed. Just like your ass was taxed on that reservation, talking about you're a tribe member. Just like your ass is taxed in the FOHP building. Just like you taxed in the motorcycle club. Just like you taxed in Winn-Dixie or Walmart as an employee. Tax. All of it is commerce. That's how you place in commerce. As a citizen, being taxed in commerce. That's where you're placed. That's how you're identified. Through the number system. Not through no goddamn name. Not because you come from a tribe. Not because, no. That ain't got shit to do with it.
Let me read this other part. In evidence, right? Let's get to the in evidence part of declaration. An unsworn statement or narration of facts made by a party to the transaction or by one who has an interest in the existence of the facts recounted. Do you know what that means? You want me to translate that for you?
Do you know what it means?
Do you know what it means?
Who has the interest in
Tell me
the
what it
fucking
means.
facts?
Tell me what that means. Tell me what that means.
Do you
Tell me
know
what that means. Tell me what that means.
This shit
Tell me
is
what that
crazy.
means, smart guy.
I tell you this all goddamn day. Little man.
Tell me what that means, smart guy.
The fuck? I've been
Tell me what
telling you
that means, smart guy.
the name and all this bullshit that you think you have some control over, you don't. It belongs to the interest of the fucking state who created it and bonded it. Not you. When that birth certificate went through that goddamn court, by that judicial court to make sure that goddamn birth certificate was approved through the state, that had to be bonded. That was called a replevin bond on that birth certificate. That replevin bond, by it going through the court, not owned by you, wasn't created by you. You're acting like you did this shit. The house you live in, the house you live in wasn't created by you. Wasn't.
You see what I'm saying? That's my point.
This shit crazy, bro.
Now, y'all heard it. Isness heard it. He went straight to the birth certificate. That's what he's talking about.
Goddamn, where your existence come from?
Point made, my nigga. Point made.
Bro,
you made my point. You made my point. And what you're talking about is subjectivity of something that's been done administratively by not by the agreement of the people. And we're talking about the American people. We're talking about our people. We're talking about our people. We are not African slaves. We're not from West Africa. We didn't come over here on a boat. We ain't doing none of that. We had land, we had property, we had money, we had commodities, we had all this shit. All this stuff was done through plenary act without the agreement of the nations.
You're using
all that shit fake. All that shit is fake. That shit is fake. It's in process right now. It is in full function because you have some people that signed up for it. I guarantee you a lot of people did not sign up for that.
You just listen to what you
did at that time. They did it through the states. They got all this shit done through the state. That's what happened. And a lot of people didn't deal with that shit. Man, you telling me you're trying to convince me, and you're not. You can't. You can't convince me. You can't convince me. You can't
Stop
convince
lying.
me. I'm not lying about nothing. You can't convince me of any of that.
Lying. You're lying.
Nah, I'm
You're
not.
lying.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No,
Yes,
I'm not.
you're lying. You're lying.
Let me pull
You're
this up
lying.
again. Let me pull this up.
Pull it up.
Yep. Indian Citizenship Act. Let's pull it back up. Here we go. Let's pull it up. Let's read it. Let's read it. Where is it at? There you go. But I know you just ran away from that evidentiary, the evidence part of that law. The evidence law. What is an unsworn statement? What is an unsworn statement, bruh? What is an unsworn statement? An affidavit is a sworn statement. An unsworn. Now I'm telling you, I heard this from a chief judge in federal court.
Bro,
He told me what a declaration is. That's why I do affidavits. He told me it's an unsworn statement, and it can be rebutted, and it can be given by anybody.
Can you understand what you're saying out your mouth?
It's talking about a transaction. Show me the transaction.
Hey,
look, show me the transaction, man. That's all I'm saying. Show me the transaction.
What transaction? I don't have
what
to give it.
It says in evidence.
Declaration. What the fuck?
Look. Transaction, bro. By a party to the transaction. So there had to be a transaction done.
All right,
1924, there had to be a transaction done.
I'm gonna give you a transaction right now.
Give me one.
The transaction of me creating this name, this identity, Indian, and you using it. That's the fucking transaction.
Shit, hell no. Because that was the case. Indian Citizenship Act. It would be an Indian Citizenship Act in the 1700s.
Created this fucking name. I created the fucking citizenship, and you accessing it. It's the fucking transaction. What the fuck?
If you say so. If you say so. If you say so. Hold on. We can get to that in a minute.
Statement if you don't rebut it, my guy. If you don't rebut it, if you don't contest it, it becomes a sworn statement.
All right. So in practice, the declaration or declaratory part of a judgment, decree, or order is that part which gives the decision or opinion of the court on the question of law in the case. So did these people take this Indian Citizenship Act and take it to the court and they went ahead and ruled on it in the courts?
No, they made it public.
That's all it's talking about is court.
Bro, okay, first of all.
Nah, I'm looking at the law.
Let me talk. First of all, you in the Black Law Dictionary, that's a misnomer. Let me speak, bro. You in the Black Law Dictionary. God damn. But go ahead.
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead. Talk. You got your shit. What you got to say?
Let me get this out. So in general, a declaration is a statement made out of court. Is that what you're looking for? Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's see some more. Declaration against interest. Such declarations are evidence of the fact declared and are therefore distinct from admissions which amount to a waiver of proof. There are statements which, when made, conflict with pecuniary interests of the person making them, who need not have been a party, privy, or witness to the suit in which they are suit, judge, court, order. Wait a minute. Declaration in chief. No, that don't apply. Hold on. Declaration of dividend, declaration of homestead, declaration of independence, declaration of intention. Let's say declaration of independence. A formal declaration or announcement. This wouldn't work. I think this might work. A formal declaration or announcement in the name and behalf of the people of the colonies asserting and proclaiming their independence of the British Crown, vindicating their pretensions to political autonomy, and announcing themselves to the world as a free and independent nation. So if you have a declaration on this Indian Citizenship Act, are they proclaiming and asserting themselves to the world that these Indians are now citizens? What is it?
You hear it. I don't know what you're running from, But you read it, you're gonna learn every damn thing I'm telling you. Keep reading. I ain't even gotta open my goddamn mouth. It's gonna tell you itself.
Declaration of war. A public and formal proclamation by a nation through its executive or legislative department that a state of war exists between itself and another nation and forbidding all persons to aid or assist the enemy. So was this declaration of this Indian Citizenship Act, was this a declaration of war? I'm still trying to figure it out, brother. Yes. Which one? I'm trying to get it. Which declaration are you using? I'm just saying, man. All this is something that this United States did through a plenary act, man. They ain't did that and it wasn't an agreement. These dudes declared war. How many times I gotta tell you that, man? They declared war. Yeah. They declared war. They made their own declarations. If you can show me that it was signed off because it should have been agreed to back in the 1860s when they did these new updated treaties with these Indian nations. But why come 60 years later, they doing now an Indian Citizenship Act? Why they got to do an act when they got a treaty? Where is this coming from, man? This is what I'm asking. On top of that, I just showed you in the video where this dude brought up the what's his name? The dude that did the color type thing, the misclassification thing. Then on top of that, I showed plenty of times that even in 1925, we still wasn't subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Can you tell me something? And you want to say that Indian is something that put us in that citizenship mode? Absolutely not. It put us in agreement in a treaty, maybe through the Indian name. It's a collective group, but what you talking about? I don't know. You got to prove to me, and like I said, I don't turn nothing down but my collar. So prove it to me, man.
So you go quiet yourself down and let me get in?
Man, finally you let me get it out. Now let me pull up this Indian Citizenship Act.
You gonna let me get it in?
Yeah, I'm just letting you know I'm pulling up the Indian Citizenship Act while you talk. Go ahead.
So, Aton, 1881, the United States transferred took on a different face. It wasn't the U.S. government. Hold on. It wasn't the U.S. government that you think was created in 1776. Today is not the U.S. government of 1886. It's not none of those governments. It's a whole different government of 1972. Everything is different. When they're going into these transitions, they had an Alien Enemies Act of 1798, and that was against non-citizens. Enemy Act against non-citizens. Then they did another Enemy Act in 1912, I think it was, 1914, something like that, against his own citizens again. We're always at war, my brother. We're under occupation. When you're under occupation, even since Lincoln came in, we've been up under martial law. So what I want you to identify, bro, is things has happened that's still in existence. Like I said the other day, the females that's born out of that have children out of wedlock or doesn't carry their father's last name are deemed to be state property. That never been refuted. That still stands. There's things that's going on that you have to put shit together for it to come out correctly. If you go in half-ass here, half-ass there, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. So by me saying that when an individual creates something and put it in public as a creation,
and you come use it, I don't have to give you no contractual instructions or no small print of the contract or the meaning of the contract. You picked it up and you went to use it. I'ma charge you for it. So every city, every state you go in, they're gonna wait till they can find you disobeying one of their statutes so they can charge you for using their shit.
I got you. You ain't getting no argument from me on that. Where we're at in this present day of time,
that's Indian,
yeah,
that's everything, brother.
Where we're at this point in time, yeah, we all are subject to the administrative law process, right? Everything is operating pretty much out of what you would consider to be a continental Congress. Everything is being ran through there. Yep, everything. Judge, jury, executioner. That's it. Enforcement, everything is ran through there. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is the fact that what I showed today is that even these people have now come to the fact that, wait a minute, this is not how it was supposed to be ran, but everybody had to be quiet. You see what I'm saying? Or they really didn't understand. But under the circumstances, you're not getting no argument out of me on that stuff. But I'm talking about prior to all this. Now we're in it. But how was it done? How was it done? This is rhetorical questions. How was it done? What is the process? What if everything was supposed to be done above board as it was set to be? What would be the situation we would be in now? And what would be subject to all these things? Will we have birth certificates? Will we have social security numbers? Will we have all this? And I'm talking about our people for how it was originally set up to be. This is what I'm saying. Fuck all the sellouts. I don't care about the sellouts. I don't care about none of that. I'm just talking about the process. That's it. And
Well,
from what I'm saying, ain't nothing I've saw yet that showed that we signed off on anything outside of a treaty.
Okay, again, you say you didn't sign off on anything outside of a treaty. Treaties, when you look at treaties, like for instance, I use quite frequently the J Treaty. I use this in a lot of my shit. So the J Treaty, it's gonna have identifications of individual tribe names. It's not gonna be Indian. Understand what I'm telling you? These treaties are not saying Indian. When an individual runs and
Indian tribes? The Indian tribes?
per definition of the Anglo. This is what I'm trying to get for you to understand. This is only subscribed up under the United States jurisdiction of definitions, not the people itself. The people itself is not identifying with that. When they come into the United States jurisdiction, this is not what they're identifying with. They're no longer the Yahshua clan or the Isnis nation. They're Indians. And they're owned and controlled by the United States. Regulated, reservated, however you want to identify it. When they take on these names, they're placed in order.
That's not true.
And this is all I'm trying to get to you to understand. This is one of the reasons the Indians or the natives rejected the name in the 70s and went to native. They'd rather be called native than to be called Indian because what the name does.
It does it to them. It don't do it to American Indians.
It does it to anyone claiming the name.
Okay. Because Indian has nothing
Damn,
to do
this shit
with.
is gonna go. Why you bring all this bullshit up to keep fucking
Because
frustrating
Indian
me?
actually is just a heritage and a culture.
Shit is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy.
I look at it like this, right? Check this out. Check this out. Hold on, I'll give it right to you, Derek. But look, Here's what I say. What they say in the Supreme Court oral arguments, in the precedents, and everybody else that's been saying that the American Indians were not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. They use that term. American Indians were not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, and they use congressional plenary acts in order to get us in.
Cool.
That's what they say.
Cool. Well, however they fit it, however you want to fit it at a prior
So there's
time, is
power.
cool.
There's power in that word.
No,
American
bro,
Indian,
no.
in that
Listen,
word.
bro, listen. And once upon a time, you sit there and you say, all right, when these white people made this name had power. But throughout time, they changed that power and shifted in their own paperwork what they want to define it as and how they want to represent it. And now, today, it means this. You can't do that, bro, to try to still say it means something it meant in 1675 when they created the word. They telling you what the fuck they have. Black Law Dictionary, bro. Black Law Dictionary isn't something that be used in court. That's for jailhouse lawyer shit. Be honest with you.
Aton.
Bouvier shit. Go get Bouvier shit. Read Bouvier.
Is there such thing as a white man in 1600?
No.
Is there such thing as a white man in 1700?
No.
Okay. Is there such thing as a white man between 1800 and 1850?
No.
Okay. So now we have to start this story when the white man starts his story. And when does the white man start his story?
1865.
Okay, God damn it. Now, Nadi, that means your argument is totally moot. That means they had no control. You can't even, they're not even in the picture right now.
Shit about no fucking white man. You stick on your own shit, my guy.
You just said they named us.
No, I
You
didn't
just
say
said they
nothing
named
about no
us.
goddamn white man. The United States doesn't, that's your prejudice ass, bro. I'm staying on fucking law. I don't, the law don't, justice, the law don't have any fucking eyes to see color. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. You come with these missile ass, fucking arguments to get me fucked up and to get me carrying into some more bullshit and people rallying with the fucking shit you talking. Bro, stay on fucking point. We talking about the government. We ain't talking about no fucking white and black. Then if you're sitting there talking about white man, goddamn boy, this shit is crazy.
Okay,
the fuck you
so
bring
now
that shit around for?
So now we're talking about, so you're saying specifically the U.S. government.
We've been talking about government.
Okay, cool. So now I'm telling you that the U.S. government, there are no white people.
Oh my God, man, this shit crazy, bro.
See, because there's no such thing as a white
what you
man.
got to say, bro.
So the U.S. government had to be in cahoots with whomever it was that was here, and they was cool.
Yeah,
they had to, because the people that you call the U.S. government had to be descendants of the people that were here.
And the people, the people that they was doing that business. So you identify with them.
What people you talking about doing what business?
The U.S. government at the time that you're claiming white man wasn't here. Them your people.
The Europeans? At that time?
Damn, bro. No,
let me finish.
I'm not saying.
The Europeans at that time, between 1800, 1700, and 1600, yeah, them is our people. Them is our people. Them people will tell you over there today that we descend from these people over here. They'll tell you that today. See, you didn't know that there was niggas in Europe. You didn't know that Scots and the difference between the Scots.
I'm not trying to get into a.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking. I'm just saying because now this
I'm not trying to get into the yap with
this
you.
story you're pulling in
so
don't make sense to us because we understand.
First of all, you're wrong. 1800s is a lie about that's that Aboriginal power teaching and all that bullshit, you're not doing your real research. The identity of a
Nigga,
white
so you
man.
saying Aton is
Hold
wrong?
on, bro.
Aton did that research.
Right.
Damn.
We learned that from him.
Hold on. The identity of a white man is going to be in the black mental's identity or existence, which was created in this late 1500s, early 1600s. This is where you're going to start seeing white into the Americas. And it's going to start within your islands, bringing in the Tainos and the Arawaks. This is where this shit starts. This ain't something I'm telling you I grew up my ass or I heard from somebody else. 1868, blah, 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 blah. This is facts. So the whites already was here. So again, as you're what you want to call, some might want to call Spaniards, some might want to call French, some might want to
They all
call
niggas.
English. So whatever you
They all
want to
niggas.
call them, they are translucent whites.
No,
This
they
is where
niggas.
it comes from. Bro, get the fuck out of here talking, bro. Stop. I'm trying to give something.
All the
Not
people you
just
just
yapping.
claimed is
Not
all
just
niggas.
yapping. So
They all
now we're
niggas.
going back to the government. I'm trying to go back to the government because I just told that bullshit you talking. Slap out. Going back to the government now. The
Okay, go ahead.
government has created its own syntax. I don't know if you know what the fuck that is. Aton is supposed to be into law. He would understand what the fuck that is. So every definition that you think you're using, they already have it defined. And what they have defined is what fucking rules, not this layman term, what you think is what you think. It don't work that way. It
Okay,
doesn't.
sir. Uh-huh.
So if you're professing on business, you're professing on law, you're professing on this and that, and even to use their syntax, you got to give accreditation when using it, as in knowing how. Sometimes you got to even call where it was established. You got to send a letter on where it's established to even admit it in your paperwork to get permission for where it first happened. So this is things that you need to know when you're dealing with the white man shit.
What white man shit?
Oh my God, bro.
White man ain't got shit.
Indian
Man, I just
citizenship,
proved it. Okay,
Negro,
nah.
African American,
Before
black,
you blush,
whatever the fuck
we're
you
all
think you
American.
doing, bro. Whatever the
Okay,
fuck you think your mind is bigger
hold
than
on.
theirs, they done
Hold
thought
on.
about it and did it 10, 20 million times
Hold
faster
on, man.
and more than you, what the
Hold
fuck your
on.
brain come around
Okay,
thinking.
cool. You think the white man's
Shit
smarter than me?
crazy.
That's fine. But now, why
Y'all
am I
just
all okay? Am I not always been ancestrally classified as an American or not?
No.
No?
No, N-O.
What? Okay, when you say the term colored American, is that an American?
My
When you say the
boy,
term Negro American, is that an American?
my boy, you
Now,
was
when you say when you use the term African American, is that American? When you use the term Black American, is that American? See, the reason why it becomes a term is because you're giving a people a description.
Chinese
So
American,
now
Asian
when you give a
American,
people,
Mexican American, Irish
huh?
American, Europe American, French American, fucking Russian American, all of them American. And what the fuck you fighting for? What the fuck you arguing about then?
Okay, the argument
If you gonna
is,
throw yourself in that category, bro, just fit one
hold on.
one fit all. What the fuck?
One difference is,
You need to stop talking because what you're saying, you're fucking
can
up the
I talk?
conversation, and we're not going nowhere. You're just bringing up
Okay, you're
pointless
arguing,
fucking
but
arguments.
you're arguing that the
No,
white
you're
man.
bringing up bullshit.
No,
Oh,
I'm
it's a
talking
black
about the
American,
government.
African American, Negro is still American. Yeah, the
No,
Chinese American.
in
Keep
order
fucking
for you to
going.
be a
African American.
Chinese
Keep
American, don't
fucking
you have to be?
going. Keep
In
going.
order for you to be a Chinese American or
Crazy,
any other
bro. Shut the
nationality
fuck
and American,
up.
don't you need a U.S. citizenship?
Man, shut that.
Yes or no?
Exactly what you claiming. U.S.
Yes or no?
citizenship.
Isn't that by the
Fuck
government
is
standards?
wrong with you, bro?
Actually, to be more precise, all those people had to be naturalized. We're the only group of people who has never had to be naturalized. We are
That's a
not
lie. Stop
naturalized.
lying.
Oh,
What do you mean? How's that a
You
lie?
have been naturalized. What are you talking
When?
about?
When
who's
was
been
niggas ever
naturalized?
naturalized?
Yes. For you to
When?
go to their schools, you had to take naturalization shots. You were naturalized. For you to
No,
go to them
we have
school,
not been
hold on, hold
naturalized.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. For you to go to them school, your whole existence to enter into their school had to come through naturalization. That's the whole indoctrination of even going through school, to naturalize you as a U.S. citizen at the age of 18 so you can do
Okay.
what the fuck you supposed
Everybody
to be
doesn't go
doing.
to public schools, so that
Naughty.
kind of
It don't
doesn't make
Naughty.
matter what
sense.
school you go
Naughty.
to.
Naughty. First
It
of all,
doesn't
you
matter
got the
what school
word.
you go
You
to.
have the word wrong. We don't take
What the
naturalization shots. We take
Shut what? I
immunization
mean,
shots.
that's under
We
the
take
Naturalization Act.
immunization shots.
My
And
boy,
we have
immunization
naughty,
is under the
naughty,
Naturalization Act.
naughty,
What the
naughty.
fuck is
The
wrong with
reason,
you?
excuse me, because we have to take immunization shots
You're
is
under
because
the
of the.
naturalization. Yes.
No, sir.
Bro,
We take.
goddamn. Okay, so
Oh my
shut up. Let
god.
me say this. If the
Oh my god.
naturalization say you
It
gotta
says
do A, B, C, D, or A, B, C, D, and E, or E, G, G, and you so happen to do C, and you saying that you're not under the Naturalization Act and you're fucking broadly under C, under the Naturalization Act?
what
Shut
is
the
C?
fuck up, bro.
What is C? What is C?
Immunization.
Immunization shots for us was
Yes,
to protect. Excuse me. It's
it's under
specifically.
the
It is.
Naturalization Act,
My
bro.
god.
You're a
Because,
fucking
oh,
naturalized citizen. 14th Amendment. Stop trying to get out of it. Fucking face the fact and learn how to process yourself.
Actually, the 14th Amendment is not a naturalization act. That's the whole issue. They're saying you're an American citizen by birth. You're not a naturalized. So that doesn't even
Ma'am,
make sense.
ma'am,
right. What is that?
Naturalization means that you
ma'am.
have a green card, that
No,
you
ma'am,
fill out a
ma'am,
form,
ma'am,
that
ma'am,
that these people make
ma'am,
you a citizen. Our ancestors
ma'am.
were never
They're
naturalized.
they're playing games with you because you don't know how to read what they're writing.
Okay, here we go. We're
All
gonna do
through
this
their
again,
writing,
right?
I'm trying to
All these.
explain something to you, ma'am. All
So
through
he
their
learned how to read. He
Damn,
can read
bro,
that
what
right,
the fuck?
but we can't.
You gonna just fuck up real talk to give some real fucking reasoning because you don't know shit. You gonna keep doing that. I'm trying
Nigga,
to
I
give
went
real
through it.
fucking
What are you
truth
talking
to
about?
her questions,
I
your
know what
questions.
it is.
I'm giving you real shit. You just want to
No,
fucking
you're
argue,
not.
bro. Shut the
No, you're
fuck
not.
up. Let me answer this
No, you're
woman
not.
and let me
You're
give her
not giving
facts.
real shit.
Let me give her facts. Shut the fuck up.
What
So,
facts?
ma'am, under the United States citizen, period, to be a United States citizen, the whole creation of it is part of the naturalization. Just because they put in just Soleil, that's a definition. But you still got to go through the process of the citizen, which is naturalization. Immunization shots is one of the requirements to assist you into being naturalized as a United States citizen.
Shot.
Just Soleil, just Soleil just gives you the ability to be a U.S. citizen and a national, but you must choose one. And when you go and get immunization, you're choosing the citizenry.
Okay.
Before you're 5 years old, before you make consent, before you actually have the ability at the age of 5 to actually claim the name, which is in law. If you're not claiming that entity, if it's not being claimed by a rightful owner, after 5 years of its creation, is actually moving in fraud. That's all. That's law, and can be
Okay.
sent in prison without trial or jury for infinity. They got that in law. So I don't know what
Okay.
kind of games y'all think y'all playing, but y'all
Naughty.
keep playing them. I
You
read.
keep okay, all right,
I know what
cool.
the fuck going on.
Okay, cool, bro. But damn it, we live
Whoa.
here. We from here.
Oh
You
man,
gotta
shut
understand.
that
But we
Hold
were
on,
bullshit
not
bro.
up,
You
nigga.
naturalized.
understand?
Did you just
Can I
hear what the
spit some
fuck I
facts to you,
just
bro?
said?
Can I
Did you
fix some?
just hear that?
Can
Did you
I?
just hear
Can
that they
I?
got war?
Okay, can
They
I?
got you at war. You
Okay,
an
can I
enemy to
spit some
them.
facts too, though?
They ain't making nothing to it please you.
Can
Everything
can
they
I
create is
spit
gonna
some facts?
try to make
Can
it
I
to
talk
where
to
you cannot
you?
come out of being an enemy.
Man, come on, bro.
Man, come on my ass. This treaty and all that, man, they giving certain individuals operation rights who's claiming certain nations. Not everybody is falling under the treaty.
Okay, okay, all right,
Other
bro.
people are
All right, bro.
enemies of the fucking
Bruh.
state.
All
What
right,
is
bro.
wrong with you, bro? Man,
Okay,
this
bro.
shit crazy. And they
All
gonna
right,
be
bro.
identified as Indians.
Bruh.
What
Bruh.
we gonna
Bruh.
claim because
You
they
keep
fucking
looking through the fucking
barbarians
window.
per the
You keep looking
13th
through the
Amendment.
window. You keep looking through the window. All right, we in the house. You looking through the window. So all that shit you talking to a motherfucker that's in the house, that shit don't mean shit to us. Because we understand, nigga, immunization shots was our protection at that time. Nigga, I was born in 1970. I'm one of
Not
the
all.
first group of
I ain't
people.
gonna say
Hey,
all.
hold up,
But
nigga.
man,
You didn't
some of
say
this
what you
shit
had to
here
say. You didn't
just
spit your facts.
real, like
Did you know immunization
childish.
shots? Did you know immunization shots didn't start until Generation X?
I don't give a fuck when it
No,
started,
nigga,
my nigga.
see,
Did
that's
you
what
hear
I'm
what I
saying.
just
No,
said?
nigga. Okay,
Did you?
come on,
It's
man.
fucking
Do you know
part of
why
the
it started? Do you
naturalization.
understand?
Man,
Hold
shut.
up.
Just
Do you
stop, bro.
understand that?
Stop.
Do
Just
you
stop.
understand that we are the
First
first
X
generation to
generation.
interact
Yeah, in
physically with
1800s. In
other races of
1800s.
people?
In
No,
1800s.
nigga. Man, we
Yes, nigga.
separated.
Yes.
We separated people, nigga,
The
1900s.
fuck?
We don't go to school with them. We don't even interact with them. What are you talking about? Nigga, so there is no chance of us getting disease.
What are
So
you
now in the
talking
70s,
about? You
when
talking
I
about
came
some?
up,
Hey, my guy.
come on,
Why
man,
are
don't
you
act like, no,
always
nigga, you
bringing? I
outside.
really want to
Nigga,
ask
you
you
outside the
something,
window looking in, nigga.
Jacob. I want to ask you why you always bringing up historical past shit like it's gonna be prevalent today.
I mean, that's what you were doing for a whole hour. You were talking about the past. You were talking about, treaties and all this different type of stuff. And the white man
Huh?
created this place. You've been talking about the past for like
I
an hour.
tell you, no, ma'am. I tell you to go get Bouvier's 2012 to find out the definitions they using for your ass today. What they identifying an Indian when they wrote that goddamn thing, you could go back to your Bouvier's and identify what they called an Indian that day. And it was being owned. I'm
Right.
not claiming
So wait, so
this old shit. Oh, Indian, whoop, 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 and no, I ain't got no goddamn nation. Fuck that. Is
right.
you
So right
crazy?
now,
Y'all
and
crazy. You
and
claiming an
today,
Indian
and
that's on
an
a fucking
Indian,
paper. Hold on,
an
sweetie. Hold on,
Indian,
sweetie. You
okay.
claiming a paper that was documented by a Congress in an
Okay,
imaginary
so
city. Hold
today,
on, let
an
me finish.
Indian,
In an
its
imaginary
name
city,
is
and
like,
you're claiming the name that they contest to be their property to do with their will.
okay,
Man.
so what I'm saying is today an Indian
So the
might
word
be
American
someone
is their
like,
property too?
but maybe someone like Vivek Ramaswamy, right? So when we go backwards in time, we're telling you the historical Indian in America, in these United States, not the little Cash Patel guy who showed up today. Okay, so when we go backwards, it's for historical context because everything has to be put in context. Because in a few years, the Indian will be the Patels.
And I'm
And
telling
then
you, in
you'll
historical
be telling
context,
us, and you'll be telling us that the
Indian
Indians
has
from 100
always
years
been
ago is Cash
identified
Patel and
and
them. And then we'll
defined
have,
by
and there'll be a whole
colony,
group of stupid
foreign
people who
colonists.
will talk about it don't matter about the
Understand that?
past, it matters about the today. And you will
Shit
literally
crazy.
erase a whole group of people.
Is you
And
okay? Cool. And I'm saying to you that the word Indian origin comes from the identity and definition of a foreign colony or colonist or foreign individual to identify a natural indigenous
people that had a whole nation of their own, what was named different than what the fuck an Indian is.
Okay, so what we're saying is when them people was pointing to somebody, calling them an Indian, that was us. That's it. Very
No,
simple.
no, no, no. Okay, cool. That's cool. But
It's
listen,
easy.
listen, that's cool. I said that enough times. It's cool when we sit around and say bar talk and talk these words to each other. But in law, you cannot, and that's what we sitting around talking about too. This shit being implemented because the whole conversation in the goddamn act is a lawful act. So I'm trying to get you to understand in law, sweetie, you don't want to sharpen yourself now while we playing volleyball. So when you get out there and make that money for the millions and hundreds of thousands of dollars, you already sharp and know how the game gonna go because
I'm
you've
already
been
making money.
practicing with
I'm
me.
literally an expert in what y'all talking about. I mean, I do this every day. All this law stuff that y'all talking about, I'm literally sitting here for 8 hours doing that shit. So
What?
I know exactly what you
What?
talking about.
Yeah, and my hats off to you for his workman's comp litigation because that shit ain't no joke. That you are intelligent and individual in that area. I got to give you that. Um, but it doesn't pertain to all law, especially when it's dealing in civil law. Civil law is going to be a whole different construct because civil law is going to come with multiple different laws: trust law, admiralty law, maritime law, canon law.
Okay, well, the
It's got
subject of today
you got
was
to be
administrative
well
law.
endowed.
Okay, so I was
Yeah,
just
yeah.
talking about administrative.
Also administrative law because you're involved in the administrative law, even in a civil action.
All right, let's do this real quick.
Hey, Tom, bring up the motherfucking money, man. Bring up the
Well,
debt clock.
I want to. Nah, we on administrative law because this
Okay,
is
well,
the
administrative law,
process.
administrative law, all
This
has to do
hold
with
on, hold
money.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I want to read this Indian Citizenship Act because there's key words in here. And this is people like some people say I'm a foodie. I'm a wordy. Like words, I pay attention to them. I want to know what they mean. It's called key words. I want to know what these things mean. It's the verb, the action.
Yeah,
What
key
is
word to the term Negro American,
I want to know
colored
this.
American. The key word is American.
Hold on, no. I mean, me and Naughty, right? Because he said I don't know what I'm talking about. That's what he said. So I want to get to these words because I want to see how they apply to a nation.
What nation? What nation, bro?
He's not
What
going to say right
nation?
now that there was no indigenous nations on this continent. He's not going to say that. I know he's not going to say that. Definitely
What
not.
nation? Listen,
So let me read this Indian Citizenship Act. You
first,
told me to bring it up.
First, tell me what nation you talking
You want
about
me to
is an
bring this
Indian
up,
nation.
correct? You want me to bring this up, correct? Let me read this.
I want you. You just stated something. Give me some
I know.
understanding before you go
I'll get.
forward, so
No,
I can
I'll
know
get.
what the fuck you was talking about.
I'll get to it in a minute. I want to read this. I want to see if even within the
Okay, well, you
conversation, the
misspoke at least.
context. Nah, I ain't misspoke nothing.
Well,
But
explain to me what
what
nation you speaking
what
right
I
here.
am saying is we want to see if we can break this down a little bit, right? So it says right here, 68th Congress of the United States of America. Somebody mute up. I'm getting an echo. 68th Congress of the United States of America at the first session, begun and held at the city of Washington on Monday, the 3rd day of December, 1923. An act, in all caps, to authorize the Secretary of the Interior to issue certificates of citizenship to Indians. Now, I need y'all to stay on mute because I got to do what Coach do. I'm going to run over here to Black's Law Dictionary, right? I took these little notes real quick. And I'm going to go to 361. Let's look up what a certificate is. 361. What is a certificate? Certain things don't change, right? But we're going to look up what a certificate is. What a certificate is a document in use in the English Custom House. No goods can be exported by certificate except foreign goods formerly imported on which the whole or a part of the customs paid on importation is to be drawn back. What the hell does that mean? But look, check this out. The next thing it says, a warrant. Remember the Black Act is, just hold your thought. It's rhetorical here. A warrant. And it also says a written assurance or official representation that some act has or has not been done, or some event occurred, or some legal formality been complied with. Ooh, sound colorable to me. Oh, yeah, how about the colored folks? All right, so let's go here, right? We're going to stop right there. We're going to go to issue 1040. Bam. What does the word issue mean? To send forth, to emit, to promulgate, as an officer issues orders, process issues from a court. Oh boy, we back on this declaration thing. Okay, how about that? So, anyway, to put into circulation, as the Treasury issues notes. To send out officially, to deliver for use or authoritatively, to go forth as authoritative or binding. How about that one?
Treasury, not U.S. Treasury.
How about that one? That's why I said I want to see proof. Hold on, I got one more. 234. Let's go to assurance. You know, Nadi likes to use this assurance word a lot. He likes this word. So let's go over to assurance. Let's see what assurance means. A pledge, a guarantee, or surety. Guaranteeing a loan. I mean, I don't know. Wait a minute. That's GUARANT, because you got fidelity guarantee insurance policy. Ooh, that what it might be? A declaration. Oh my goodness. It says a declaration tending to inspire full confidence. Wait a minute. Did it say a declaration tending to inspire full confidence? So what is this act? Is this act put in place to inspire people? But you need somebody to market and advertise that. Just like the executive order 6104, what they was doing. They put that executive order suspending the go clause and they put it in all caps on walls as advertisement.
If you
Wait a
don't see
minute,
commerce
I'm not done. I'm not done.
That's supposed to be the first word come out your mouth.
I'm not done. I want to hear what you got to say after I do this last one.
Commerce.
Wait. Let me finish. I want to see where your comprehension is, right? Let's get to this one. In conveyancing, a deed or instrument of conveyance, the legal evidences of the transfer of property are in England called the common assurances of the kingdom, whereby every man's estate is assured to him, and all controversies, doubts, and difficulties are either prevented or removed. Now, where I want to, okay, let me.
I gotta hit you with. I gotta make a womb. Listen, Aton, I gotta make a womb in you, and then I gotta pour salt to make you move the way you need to move.
Hey, come on, man! I want to hear it. I want to hear this.
My guy,
I didn't even get to the other part. I just went to.
I ain't even got to say nothing. I done said enough, and this done put it in your face. Double time. Everything I done said, it just double timed it.
Okay, it double timed it. Okay, so do I need to go to contract law? Does there have to be an offer? The counteroffer.
No. It's not contract law.
Is this? Didn't he say it's commerce?
I could have sworn he said it was commerce.
I could have
So
sworn he
what?
said it was commerce.
So what?
Oh, contract law doesn't fall under commerce?
Bro, I have something you come. What I gotta keep saying this shit over and over and
I don't
over
know if I'm
again.
tripping. If I'm tripping, I'm gonna shut the
I gotta
fuck up.
say this shit over and over and over again.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up if I'm tripping. Am I tripping?
I'm gonna say it one more time. If I create something over here, and my purpose or whatever purpose I have, if I'm structured through as a corporation, so everything I create is in a corporation state, as in commerce, and you come over here and you pick it up and you start to access it and use it, I don't have to give you no fucking contract, bro. You're operating already like you know what the fuck is going on over here. You came and grabbed this shit, put this badge on, put this Walmart uniform on, and ran around this bitch like you was a fucking employee. And I let you go to work, and I paid you accordingly, let you run that goddamn patrol. But in truth, when you turn around and say, hey man, give me this, you owe me this, and they owe me that. Boy, what the fuck you talking about? Me ain't got no fucking contract together. What the fuck? You ain't never come with nothing to say you worth this. I didn't ask for you to come over here. You come grab this up.
Okay.
You come implementing this. I don't have to give you no. My shit is in commerce already represented.
Come on.
I don't want to keep saying the same thing over and over.
No, you ain't about to say the same thing. With me, you'll never have to say the same thing.
I just did. It comes right back to that, bro.
No, you didn't.
Why we forgetting shit as we go? Like, not
come on, man. Let me respond.
Man, come on,
I'm
bro.
not
I know the fuck
I'm not
going
gonna
on.
forget my question. I'm really not gonna forget my
federal
question.
judges can't cross me
Hold
up.
on, man. I got a question. I got a question, brother. You're not gonna make me forget this question. So basically, what you're saying is all history is a lie. Number one. That's number one.
De facto.
Wait a minute. Wait. That was a statement question. So this is what you're saying. Now, if you're saying that, then you're saying that if you're not saying that, then number two, here's my two questions. Was these indigenous people subjected by foreigners coming over here? Did they get their ass whooped? Don't answer the question. I'm not done. And my second question is, or was they stupid? And or was they that stupid and knuckle dragging monkeys that just fell for the superior mind of these Europeans that came over here? Not in the 16th, 15th, 14th centuries, not the 18th century, not the 19th century, but the 20th century. Do I got to repeat myself?
Are you done?
I'm done. I'm done.
Question number one, de facto, acting as under the color of law. It was a point in time. This is going to run into question 3. 11, 12, 13, 14. We was all in a corporation as acting in commerce when we was dealing with the people of what a lot of us run from, the Moors. When we was in communication with these individuals and they was doing their little port transactions, we was in communion because we was in our own representation. But when United States took place and started to take an upright position, it started to do things different that the average nation that wasn't affiliated with a tribe, just running off of their own national gathering and doing with their own business, wasn't affiliating with the United States representation. So the United States, in turn, deemed them as wild, barbaric Indians.
Here we go with your declaration. There. Stay on my questions, and then we can go from there. Stay with my question. Don't get too far away. Now, deal with my questions. Did they get their ass whooped? Did people come over here
That was
and
the
whoop
second
ass?
question. I haven't
And
got to the
or
second question yet.
was these people here already here dumb as a bag of rocks and got duped?
I'm trying to run from the
not in the 15th century, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th century, but in the 20th century, in the this finally 1924 Indian Citizenship Act. This is what I'm asking. Come on, stay right there. Then we get into all the extra stuff later.
bro. I'm trying to answer the question from 1,
Give it
3
up,
to
Nadi.
2.
Nadi, give that one up, man. Come on.
You won't let me finish, bro. You keep
You're
trying to
talking about
stop the information.
700 years, brother.
You keep trying to stop the information, bro. I'm
I'm
trying to
not
get it.
stopping the information. I'm trying to make sure we stay on here.
Well, I'm trying to. Well,
I
when
would
I'm
hope you
speaking,
would just say,
I
you
want to
know
be
what?
able to know what I'm
You know
talking
what,
about
Aton, you got it.
because I know what I'm talking about. So I want to be able to say how I
Aton,
know
you
how to
got
say
it.
it.
Why it take them 700 years to get into this
You
position where they
asking
can
me
get
another
Indian
question? I haven't
citizenship?
even finished the statement from the last one.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Per the 13th Amendment, that was actually a 790 some page book. It wasn't actually a amendment as in what you see today. It's actually a 700 and some page book was admitted into the Library of Congress as the 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment you see today is a direct shortening of that. The parts they leave out is the identification of their definition of Indian. And they identify it in that book that Indian were barbaric because of the practice of their culture, were barbaric because of the reasons of chiefhood, owning all things and everything outright. If a chief wanted to sleep with a member or someone of the family's wife, it would happen. No questions asked. So they deemed that barbaric. So from that point, you had people that didn't do treaties under certain nations and claim certain tribe affiliations under the 5 tribes, civilized tribes. So they deemed those Indians just that name, Indians. They gave the tribe identification gave them identification of names, not just Indian. But the ones that they was deeming that was going to be barbaric, that they had to whoop ass and kick ass and was defiant, those were deemed Indians in their book. That's where you get your 1, 2, 3, and 2 question, bro.
Okay, so that ass whooping that happened in the 20th century?
Yes.
Okay. 700 years. Took them 700 years. And even
been kicking
during that
ass for
time,
700 years,
and even so look, okay, beautiful. That took me right where I want to go with that. Right? What you said just last. And then I'll open up, you know what I'm saying? But so certain groups, right, that I would say that stayed on the outside, what they call wild Indians. Certain groups, those were the ones that maybe some of the other nations said they on their own.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're not protecting them.
Yeah.
So they don't claim nothing. They still live wild. They still live open and free. And you know, that's what y'all want to do. That's what y'all want to do. They didn't want to be a part of this confederacy. So, you know, it happens how it happens. Okay. All right, cool. So that answered the other question. Now, let me go ahead and let me finish reading this stuff off. Because I read to you that, and you agree that it's commerce.
I
right?
told you that.
We know what certificates are. We know what certificates are. We know what issue is. Those things run together with assurance or insurance, warrants, all these other things. This takes us into the Black Act, right? So let's read what it says in here. Where's my mouse? There we go. Let's read what it says. It says, be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled that all non-citizen Indians, non-citizen Indians.
No,
So,
I want you to go
so
back.
is this
Don't
saying no? But is this saying non-citizen Indians? These Indians, non-citizens of the United States, or non-citizens of their tribe or their nation? But it also says born within the territorial limits of the United States. So what does that mean? Go all the way back. Where you want to go back to?
my mind got stuck, so I didn't hear what you just said. So please
Okay,
forgive me.
where you want to go? That's cool. Where you want to go back to?
The United States of America.
Okay.
This is your second United States.
Right.
The first United States was just United States of America. The United States of America is the second. The one that they represent now is the United States of the America. They got a "the" before the America now.
And they got a "of" and they got another "of."
Yeah, and they just for now so you don't identify it as Chris, they just put U.S.
Right. Okay. So we agree on that. So we already know this is the second United States.
Second
And,
United
you know,
States.
I showed I showed where after 1871 another United States was popping. So
okay.
So the bankruptcy was done there. Now let's talk about this.
I'm gonna get into it right quick. Let me say this. Now they're coming with a second claim under the identification of Indian. It's a whole new claim. It's a whole new definition. That old shit is out the window.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So what you're saying is that they don't have to honor
nothing. No treaties. No treaties.
Now we're getting somewhere.
No motherfucking identification of nobody. None of that bullshit.
Well, what took you so long to say that? You want to go
because I thought we all
That's
kind
where
of
I want you to go. I reeled your ass in.
I thought we all had some kind of
No. Everybody looks at it from a different perspective. So I want
what different perspective when I've been giving them the same shit for 10 fucking years.
I don't know about them. I don't know about them. Now they stop bringing them over here. They don't come over here because they know better.
I'm telling you, even these new ones running up in there. Drake Carr been around listening to me.
Saying, man,
he know the fuck saying. I know what I saying. He want to argue on some goddamn.
That's not Drake Cobb. That's Derek Cobb. That's
Derek
not Drake
Cobb. Oh,
yeah, that's not Drake Cobb.
Hey,
look. Okay, so what about these non-citizens? Are these non-citizen Indians, non-citizens of what you would consider to be these indigenous nations, or non-citizens of the United States living within the territorial limits of the United States?
This is gonna be what your crop sharecroppers are. This is gonna be what that's majority what this is. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Okay, so these are people that created some of these contracts with some of these so-called white slaves, and then eventually gave them 40 acres and a mule in that term of fashion, and they gave them some contracts, and now it became sharecropping where they get a share of the crops that go out, the commodities go out, something like that?
Correct.
All right. So what it also says here is that it says, okay, so let's back up, that all non-citizen Indians born within the territory limits of the United States and they are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States. Now, what I want to address the fact that territorial limits and they are hereby declared to be.
You say you
that verbiage right there. That verbiage.
Territorial limits. Let me read that part. Shall read.
It says territorial limits. So that means there's a flag pointed somewhere of the United States.
Indians born within the
Territorial limits of the United States. Yeah. So what you
right? And
asking?
then
What
we'll
you
go,
asking about
then
that?
we'll go to, and they are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States. So within the territorial limits. So what?
Remember again, remember who I just told you, bro. I'm forgive me for knowing and believing that you should know, and I gotta keep repeating myself. I hate repeating myself, but listen, I just told you in truth who these Indians are identifying to. So these indigenous black folk that's holding sharecrop and holding this property is coming in because the property is actually under county identity. You understand? County establishment identity. But it's still Indian territory or non-citizen territory. But it's still in operation in the U.S. jurisdiction because they're doing trade. They have an overseer. Do you understand? So now when it comes in and say um, non-citizen Indians, that's the sharecroppers, born within the territory limits. Remember, the territorial limits is all commercial identities. There's gonna be the county that they in, or the county they territorial property is identified under. It could still be their private property, heritage property, coming off the tribe property, but it's under the county. That's the within the United States territory limits, and are hereby declared. Shit is over with. They're in our limit. We already claiming that they under this, they under that. Now we're gonna get their ass some motherfucking certificates because we declare them our shit.
Okay. Now, would that be considered to be a declaration of war? I mean, because on their land, it's unincorporated. They're still Indian, not taxed. They're still not subject to the jurisdiction.
Correct.
And the declarations, okay, cool. All right, we straight.
But not declaration of war. I'm not saying that's correct. I'm not saying
Okay,
that.
so what would it be considered then? I mean, because they're
Well,
still in unincorporated territory.
Well, the war has been ongoing for the longest. Right now, they just have some indigenous occupants on such said claimed territory or jurisdiction.
Okay.
So they're gonna respect the treaty as in this is already established. We ain't gonna respect the treaty no more because we're gonna make something up else different. But since they already here and they non-citizens, we got to make them citizens. You check what I'm saying? We're gonna
Yeah,
declare it
that's what I'm saying. Okay, so
as
Derek, come
our
on.
property.
Hold on, Derek, come off the mute. All right, so here's the whole thing, right? So in the beginning, see, now he thought I was saying something else. What I wanted him to say was he agrees with me of what was going on. Administrative processes, right? So these administrative law judges, these ALJs, are operating outside of the jurisdiction of the treaty. This is all I wanted, but we did it. We did it.
But the treaty no longer stands.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Mute up a little bit, because we did come to an agreement that there was a second constitution that came in a second United States that did not have to honor those agreements in the past. You agreed to that. Let's stay right there.
Fact.
Let's stay right there. All the other stuff, we already know. We go back and forth. But let's stay right there. So under the circumstances, the administrative law process had to further itself. That's why I said, the lady said 50 years. So really, if you're talking about 50 years from 2026, that's 1976. During that time, Richard Nixon took the gold off the standard completely. Gold and silver was off the standard completely. I said, do the math, do the equation.
That's another United States. That's when that other United States came in.
Bingo. And then another United States came back off of the power, a foundation off that United States that we're talking about prior, right? So
yeah, 1871.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So once that one went through, they wasn't paying back no debts. They weren't paying no bills. They were we about to bankrupt that one, bankrupt that one, bankrupt that one, bankrupt that one. We ain't paying shit. We just gonna keep reorganizing. And on top of that, we don't have to really recognize any of these treaties because we don't recognize them anymore. They're somewhere else. They're under a different type of ideology, under a different type of status.
Well,
so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this.
How they play in the game. This how they play in the game.
Let me do this.
The treaty done at every.
Hold on. Let me do this real quick, Nadi. Let me do this real quick because I'm giving you where I'm at with it, right? And then you can come back with it as well. So under the circumstances, nothing needs to be honored. But at this point in time, right? So Isness came up with the Black Act, right? We got the black tax. We got all these black things, blackmail, black this, black that, everything. Driving while black. We have all these different re-engineering, reverse engineering of things that get us in a trick bag. You see what I'm saying? So, okay, you can say, yeah, Indian. So that Indian category might fall under something else in regards to this new Constitution or this new United States or how they see it. And on top of that, they can incorporate other groups of people within the civil rights as well. So that way, these so-called rights, benefits, and privileges can now be applied to other people as they see fit, right? How Congress see fit. That's all that's where I'm at with. Okay, cool.
Okay, so
all right, let's get it. So go ahead.
All right.
We're gonna y'all close out and we're gonna leave it right there.
Treaties only last 99 years from its origin, unless you have a representative been passed down, representative to representative, that can orchestrate that treaty properly, i.e. Cherokee tribe or so-and-so, to their benefit. Only that specific treaty. When the government shifting powers, and it seems and deems as fact every 99 years, it's not to accredit that treaty any longer because, for one, those people are not even in existence anymore. They're most likely to mingle in with another tribe of recognition or identity through federal government, or placed in some type of reservation or removed and replaced. So they're not even in that identity as the ancient of that treaty. And it wasn't passed down, documented, passed down, not verbally. Verbally is contestable. So when it's not being documented, the government is going to come in and say, all right, we need to change hands. Well, we need to change hands, but we still need to keep the authority. How are we going to keep the authority? Well, we got this Indian Bureau of Affairs over here, and we're just going to establish a new contract under the previous treaty. But we're going to do it in a contractual base, not treaty base. But it's that you don't have anyone to represent the treaty to even sign it or make contractual deals any longer. So now the property or the land that they once dwelled is under government control. So now government is gonna create a public reservation or public land, government property, or however they deemed it to be fit, and identify those group of people as the land, not as living no more, but as the land, just as they did the Indians in this act. by grabbing them people and giving them people certificates and recognizing those individuals as real property, it acquired their property as well. Took their Indian land or whatever land it was and placed it under the United States control. Now it can be titled. Now the title is under representation of the United States definition of commerce. It's a certificate. It's in commerce. It's now the land is deemed under the control of the United States because no one is actually claiming ownership. So when we looking at certain events, it meant something, yes, only for that time. Now you need to find out if you're gonna be rocking with some shit that was back then, what does it mean today? You had nothing to do with that. None of your representatives in your family had anything to do with that. You don't know what those documents are saying. You're not privy to that. Claiming this tribe and that tribe and this tribe and that tribe and claiming this and that. It's best and more proficient for you to claim what you know, because you can stand on what you know. You know you. So you by the laws they implemented, you have the right to self-identification. By the laws they implemented, you have the right to privacy. By the laws they implemented, you have the right to be a national outside of their jurisdiction. You have the right to go back to this, but you must do it and not claim something that someone else was in a position at one time. That doesn't stand for you, not in law.
Right.
Every man must stand on his own in law.
All right.
Unless you coming in as a corporation or some type of organization and representation, now you fall up under that banner. But outside of that, you ain't getting recognized. Come on.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and close this out. This was good.
All right.
All right. All right, my brother. Be easy. Yeah. Derek, what you got, man?
Well,
make it good. Don't worry about it.
I'm just saying, according to the money, all that shit he talking about is null and void. I'll leave it at that. That in itself, because if you look at the money, nobody can explain the money. So I need somebody to explain the money. Because according to the money, somebody renting and somebody own this motherfucker. Period. Now, everybody got this idea of this white man so powerful, the U.S. government so powerful, but they're in debt. It's another group of people that ain't. But nobody can tell me who this other group of people is who ain't in debt. Now, the only group of people that was here to even have establishment in that type of money is niggas. Period. Because two things I do understand: a birth certificate and a gold certificate is proof of authorization and authentication of a legitimate entity. Period. And that's the one thing we do have. Birth certificates that are from the gold certificate. And those are our grandparents and great-grandparents.
That's right. Got to get it. All right, D-Cop. All right, let me close this thing out. All right, look. It's a good thing, man. It's a good conversation. You know, we have a direction. And the direction is there, right? End result, right? Remedy. You know, not begging. It's just what needs to be. You know, everybody gonna have their place, right? But I want to give you guys something before we leave. There ain't gonna be no music. I'm gonna let this brother talk, and we're gonna end it off right here. After he done talking, it's over. I want this brother to talk. I want you to hear something from 2026. Hear from this brother right here. You know what I'm saying? Let's look at it just for a second. After this is over, we out of here. No music. Shout out to Jaylen Brown.
My desk is that a large amount of our players, around over 50%. What comes across my desk is that a large amount of our players, around over 50%, within the first 10 years of retirement, are losing majority of their wealth. They're going broke within the first 10 years. So the people, the financial advisors, the agents, and stuff like that, the people that are representing them ain't representing them well. It's not working. How are you, you play for 5 to 7 to 10 years and you made X amount of millions of dollars and you ended up giving it right back. It's a whole game to give it right back. So the people that represent you is who we also should be wary of, because if you can't help me keep my wealth, if you can't teach me how to handle my business, or when I'm 18 years old, then you shouldn't have been representing me in the first place. I'm a firm believer in that. I've been saying that since I came in. I'm one of the youngest players to ever enter the draft without an agent. I came in without an agent. I negotiated. I've negotiated just about every contract that I've ever had for the most part. But even coming out the gate, I took a lot of flack for that, where, obviously, speaking to these things and disrupting a $1 billion agency model is you're going to catch some flack. People going to use their resources to make sure that things don't work out well for Jaylen Brown. So we don't have to worry about other athletes doing and thinking the same thing, but I'm thinking of it like this. I worked this hard to get to this position, and there was no agent there at that point. And I used my talent, and now you are, able for this deal, and now I got to give you 4% that's untaxed.
4% is millions.
And the people I work with are great, so I want to give a shout out, because I know what comes across.
On the next one. Give y'all a little music on the way out.